Good evening. We'll call the Thursday, August 27th meeting to order.
Feedback.
Are you on Teams?
Your phone.
Yeah, a little bit.
Just turn down the volume.
Hit mute.
Does it sound better?
Okay,
There we go.
there it is. Okay, sorry, we had some feedback here. So we will rise for the pledge. The flag is out there. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We are being recorded, audio and video recorded. And we will begin with the TA report.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay, Ethan? We good?
Good? For sound?
Are we good? Okay, great.
Excellent.
So I have a number of items to run through. I'm happy to answer questions after that. First, I want to speak to the network disruption. We recently experienced a network disruption that has impacted some aspects of our operations. As a result, some of the functions of Town Hall have been delayed, but we're very close to full restoration. Upon learning of the issue, we immediately commenced an investigation with the assistance of specialists to determine the nature and extent of the issues. And as I said, we're working to restore everything fully as quickly as possible. We're currently investigating to determine the nature and extent of the issue and working to restore all systems that were impacted. As the investigation into this matter is ongoing, we can't provide too many further details at this time, but we thank community members, staff, and others for their patience as we've worked through to resolve all these issues, and we'll continue to monitor our systems going forward. Now to more of the report, I want to start by congratulating the Swampscott Public Schools on the ranking that came out, I think it was 2 weeks ago at this point, for the high school. It showed tremendous growth and improvement, and although it's just one data point, it's really great to see that the hard work is being recognized by folks outside of the community. And to be in the top 15% of the Commonwealth is a really great, great result, and it's something that I know we will continue to build on, and we're really happy working closely with the schools to make sure we do everything we can to support their efforts. Getting forward, thinking about some of the things that are coming up, Swampscott Porch Fest is this weekend. Wanted to highlight that. It's returning with performers, on porches and lawns throughout the area and in the neighborhoods. It is noon to 6 on Saturday. The website for more details is swampscottporchfest.org. And so please check that out, and we look forward to seeing folks there. Talking a little bit about solid waste and recycling, which continues to be, a priority for us, and I know the community is being impacted as we've worked through the transition over the last few weeks. Service is a top priority in our office and also with DPW. We continue to be trying to identify specific areas where service has fallen short, and that has been both hearing from Republic, but we really want to make sure we continue to invite residents to identify delays and times that they've been missed so that we can get to the root cause of those issues, as opposed to just making sure we do those recovery runs. So that communication is vitally important to us, making sure that we can get the service to the level that we really want and expect. We're in close and regular contact with Republic. We are still doing the weekly calls to make sure that we are able to identify priorities for us and hear from them. And in addition to that, they've been, over the last week, improving their internal processes so that we have more of a view into where they are on recovery runs, and also, which is when we identify an issue and they get out to fix it. And they've also realigned their resources internally. They've put more in different staff at their sort of headquarters office that manage the routes to make sure that we are getting the service we need after we identified a few issues that we felt needed to be addressed. So it continues to be something that we will work on. We welcome feedback. It is how we will improve, so please don't be shy about sharing it. In addition, this Saturday, the DPW during the normal metal recycling will be accepting your old recycling bins. Again, those bins are the blue bins. It's the barrels that have recycling stickers on them, that type of thing. This will be sort of our last chance in the near term for us to help dispose of them as easily as possible. So please come out, drop it off, bring it with your other recycling, and we look forward to seeing you there. I believe we may have at least one select board member who's volunteered to help out, so you may see a member of your board there if you're dropping it off. What did you say?
I said, it's not me.
Okay.
Katie, you just made eye contact. I won't be there.
Did you say it was unintentional? Yeah. I wanted to highlight as well, at Little's Point, 29 Little's Point this weekend, as part of our conservation restriction, we do allow the property owner to restrict access a couple of times a year. They've worked with both Marzi and Tony and the Conservation Commission for this one weekend. There will be plenty of signage posted. It is a temporary closure. It is part of the agreement that we have, but I wanted to highlight it in case anyone's out there sees it on the pathway out to the overlook at the water and wants to understand why. So I wanted to highlight that. 2 items related to work being done. First, looking forward, Pine Street, the project in 12 to 24 Pine Street. Beginning on Monday, there will be heavy equipment doing some testing for sort of environmental testing where there'll be some digging so that we understand what's going on there. We flyered the neighborhood, but I also wanted to mention it here in case folks see that equipment there. It's not the beginning of construction. It's us continuing to move through the process and make sure that we have all the information that we need. Second is, sort of request for forgiveness on our part. The rail trailhead survey work done this week. Both the surveyors and us did not notify the abutters that were going to be contacted. It is a bare minimum of contractors working on our behalf that they do that notification as they are required. For survey work, we will work with them to make sure that's improved, but we are also going to make sure that we are doing a better job of communicating it out, reminding STV and our other vendors that they need to alert us in advance so that we have time. The greater idea and the greater goal with transparency or communication on that is that Marzi and I are going to plan with STV to do a presentation of the 25% design, which will be coming this fall. The idea there would be it would be the contractor, myself, Marzi, in B129, similar to when we did the trash meeting to answer questions, where we will provide a presentation, but be there for an extended period to ask questions that may come up as well. As a part of that 25% design, we will at some point obviously present that to you all, but we really think that community one will be one that would be better to do first so that we can gather feedback, see where it can influence or impact potential designs, and then come to you all with something that is the final 25 that will go before MassDOT for approvals. So that's just the thinking right now. Happy to take feedback as with everything else. I did want to highlight, and this is something that's been posted, covered by the tides in the item, tonight is a temporary outage that National Grid had mailed about, posted about. They are doing some work on the service into the community. They had a very large area that is outlined in the map. It's been posted again, both in the newspapers and online and on our socials if you want to see if you're particularly impacted. I just wanted to highlight it one more time to make sure folks are thinking about it and take a look if they happen to be at home watching us tonight and are curious if they're going to be impacted by that. But that is tomorrow morning between 1 and 4 a.m. are the anticipated impact times that they mailed us about, and I believe also mailed ratepayers throughout the community. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
To be clear,
folks may
that's
have.
tonight, overnight.
That's what I said.
1
1
You said
a.m.
tomorrow night at the very end, I believe. So, or is it tomorrow
Tomorrow
morning?
morning.
Tomorrow morning, it's 1 a.m. to 4 a.m.
1 a.m. to 4 a.m. Friday morning. Sorry for any confusion.
Can you just call Wayne, just to remind him?
12:45.
I'll be
5
up,
minutes.
it's okay.
And with that, I'm happy to take any questions before we move into presentations later on.
Board, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing about the recycling bin collection, just for awareness. I know the press is here. One of the goals is to collect good recycling bins, and the effort will be made to try to rehome them, if possible, for those who want it, need it, for whether or not you're a contractor or whether or not you're just a person who wants to use it for yard waste. So please know if you bring a good one, we're going to try to rehome it.
Can we do a robocall for that?
For the recycling
For the
opportunity? We can,
recycling?
yeah.
Just because I feel like if people aren't watching this or checking social media, they might not necessarily know to bring it down. And that way, we won't.
We'll see if we can get our celebrity voice to record that one as well, as we have for the other solid
Yeah.
waste. No,
Oh, Wayne.
yeah.
You didn't know that?
No, they go to voicemail for me because I know what they're saying.
So what is it, people just bring it down to DPW, and then they're just gonna stay at the DPW until you can try to rehome them, or?
For a short period of time.
We have a multi-yard container that we'll be putting them in. We'll be holding out the ones that are conceivably most likely to be rehomed.
Yeah,
But the idea will be that they'll all go to Dynamics, which does recycling of the rigid plastics at the end of that process. We'll keep them there for a bit, but it's not going to be for, a month. It'll be for a couple of weeks.
So I volunteered to call along, we can get other people on SWAC to call contractors, roofers, landscapers, and general public to come out. Marblehead was able to get rid of 2,200 barrels. Not, when I say get rid of, like rehome 2,200 barrels. So we know it's doable.
Wow.
If anybody locally is looking for a barrel, what should they do? Show up at the same time?
I mean, it's conceivably possible. I'd leave that up to Gino to kind of,
The easiest would be when it's already staffed, which would be this Saturday, yes.
Yeah, this Saturday. So
Yeah.
if you don't have a barrel and you want one, come by.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have a
Yes,
question.
please.
You mentioned rail trail.
Yes.
Can you reach out to National Grid to see, because I believe they're the ones that have to maintain that stretch between Salem Street and Humphrey Street. There's that path that goes, that's part of the rail trail.
That has the National Grid sign
Yeah.
right there. Yep.
Our cross-country team uses it, and it's, a lot of our kids bike ride to school through it, and it's absolutely a mess. It's overgrown, it's unsafe. So if we could reach out to them and see how they maintain it, or if they can get someone down there to maintain it.
I'm happy to ask that, and if and when we get an answer, I will probably be back here to remind the abutters why it is thinned out, because that will be
Yeah.
the knock-on effect of getting that work done.
Right.
Is that suddenly it's thinner than they're used to.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely, we'll ask, and then we'll be back here to let you know what their answer is and if it's happening when we anticipate it happening.
Very good.
I can tell you several times in the past, what they've done is they've hired a private contractor, come in, and they put a lot of poison out there. And so,
To kill the
kill-
plants.
so I think, I know I had talked to Tony Bandwidth about this, and she had looked into it, and I don't know how it was left, because, it was bad. It just clears everything out right away, and it's, I worry about people that are, they go for a walk back there with their animals, their kids are out there running around and riding their bikes, so that's a concern that I have, is the amount of pesticides that are used.
Yeah.
We
I
can
just
ask
want
if
them
it's
to get a
mechanical-
sickle
Mechanical versus.
and whack it out personally. but-
Mechanical versus chemical
Yeah.
control
would
is
prefer.
the question. Yep.
And I just want to point out, are you finished, Daniel?
Yeah, go ahead.
On the rail trail, I just want to make sure that we have a serious conversation about financially how we're going to be dealing with the rail trail, because there's a limited amount of funds that were appropriated for this, and out of those funds, we were supposed to be using money to take the land or borrow the land, or whatever term you want to use for the land. And the question is there enough money in there? And if there's not, what are we going to do? How are we going to really come to fruition on this rail trail? Because
Sorry.
there are other alternatives. I think there are other alternatives to make it happen without causing a lot of issues.
Are we clear what the asks are at this time, or not yet? Like, so obviously there are portions of land that we need to figure out how we obtain them. Are we sure how big, how far apart it has to be,
We voted, I'm 90% sure in the article, we actually voted for a maximum space, the maximum amount that we would take.
Right, so that would be the most expensive version
Right.
of this, but I'm saying like, what's the middle ground? How do we, should be on some sort of scale, right? Like,
Yeah.
if we had unlimited funds, we might ask for this, but since we don't, we're asking for this or looking towards that.
So I think we would look to the design to understand what the alignment is.
Yeah.
And so is it that we want 10 feet plus 4 on the shoulders each, 10 feet plus 3 on the, the alignment will be important because it determines the impact on what people have been, is their own property or things that they've been using. The funding, both prior to my coming here and since, we've done everything we can to use private donations or things like the Mass Trails grants to limit the spend down of the appropriated funds. So they've been, very specific and good stewards of that. I think it's great for us to come back and run through how we've done that over time and what the plans are.
Right.
And then as we get to that 25% design, I think we would have a slightly better idea of the alignment and what the final cross-section would be. In that, do we want it to be 10 feet at all places with the shoulder of a certain distance? Are there areas where it necessarily has to be 8 feet with the shoulder? You know, those are things that we will come back to you as part of that 25% design with the cross-section to be able to tell you. And the community, not just in
No, no, no.
response to this question.
No, I just think it's very important that we're mindful of the fact that it was sold to town meeting, that, you know, people didn't own the land, and then later you had people do their research, go to court and find out that they do own the land, and as a result, that bill could be significant. So I just want to get it all up front before we do all this research.
And just by way of further explanation, the appraisal process starts a timing issue on any agreement or taking. So the design it's a chicken and egg thing, but really the design needs to be driving what we're looking to gain access to. So it's coming, but we need to highlight that, I think, for everyone, to your point, at the 25% design phase, and then everyone would have a great idea of what the specific impacts individually. The example in Linfield, the individual cross-sections showed like you could find an address on the street and look behind that house and understand what it would look like. In that case, it was a right-of-way, it wasn't a taking, but you could understand what the impacts were behind individual homes. And this would be similar, where we could say the impacts on the property as we talk about whether or not we have the ability to gain access and to be able to build this. This is what the impact looks like. It's a portion of the 10-foot trail, it's a portion of a 10-foot plus another 8 feet of shoulder between the two sides. We want to bring all that to the community when we get to this point with the 25%.
Right. And then I just want to make sure that, so this is the second time now, you know, I don't know about the rest of you, but I received a number of phone calls with people upset that there were people in their yards.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm sure you got some calls after I
spoke
told
to-
people,
yeah, yeah.
just call Nick. And, you know, this has happened on Pine Street, and now this has happened over here. And I just think, you know, we have to do a much better job of notifying
Yeah.
people of what's going on.
I think on Pine Street, there was not the trespass in terms of
No.
surveyor trespassing. It was that there was work being done. The one abutting property that we were on, we had discussions with the property owner. And, you know, the flyer that you all have and that the community in the Pine Street area got today, as well as my mentioning it, that's us trying to do better.
Yeah.
And certainly acknowledging that we could have done better on the rail trail was why I wanted to raise that tonight as well.
Great.
Totally agree.
So just to comment, to piggyback the comment specifically about the neighborhood where the surveyor was, I believe it's the responsibility of the surveyor to give legal notice if they're going to be on the property. I mean, us as the town, obviously we hire the contractor may hire the surveyor, but I would be asking, why did the surveyor not complete his or her duty to notify?
I believe the MGL is reasonable notice, and it's intentionally vague in how it's written. It doesn't say what is reasonable in the same way other parts of the MGL do.
They
I
still have to-
completely agree
but they
that
still
they
have-
need to
right.
contact them.
Okay, I was going to say, they have need some sort of notification, and I don't believe that was given based upon the conversation.
Honestly, a door knock is considered reasonable, so if we were to rely on them telling us that, I think what I'm ultimately saying is we are going to hold them more accountable.
Okay.
And I'm saying that I am going to be more accountable for the town to be able to do it. And also, out of one of the discussions of someone you sent to me is where we said, like, the idea of a public meeting that is well publicized, so proponents, opponents, abutters, people who live on the other side of town, everyone can see where we are at the same time, and also have an opportunity to ask questions of the contractor that's working with us on the development, and Marzi and myself. And similar to what we did, my hope is that we'll be able to sit there and take all, or significantly all, depending on how many questions there are, over a period of time where it's a brief description of the project with things to look at, but we're really there to have the conversation with people that are looking for more information, with just like specific questions. Not so much what happens behind my house, but what is the way you're doing this? The what happens behind my house is where we would have the 25% design to look at with multiple cross sections to be able to say, let's pull up your section of the roadway, then look behind and see what it looks like. So absolutely agree with everything that we need to do better.
When do you think that will happen?
It'll be in the fall.
Okay.
I would guess October, but I don't.
Okay.
It's something that is right now with STV. They're moving towards their 25% design. But, you know, I see notes being taken. Don't hold me to October. It will happen in the fall as soon as we can make it happen. And in talking to Marzi today, the idea was that we would do it prior to the 25% submission to MassDOT, so that it is not like, hey, we're done. Do you want to see it too? It's, we've substantially completed the work. We want to have a conversation about it. Are there opportunities for us to influence the design in a way that makes sense and that we can do? But certainly before we submit it, because once we submit it, it's sort of locked in for their feedback at the MassDOT level. And that's part of staying in that tip process and making sure that going forward, it's included in future tips.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Good.
Good.
All right, we'll move on to public comment. Actually, yes, we'll take public comment, but I just want clarification, Nick. Are there any parts of the new and old business that are not going to be dealt with tonight because we could not get organized the folks to show up tonight?
So Kleinfelder is not here tonight.
Okay.
We will schedule to get them. And that's because we pulled this together this week to
Yes.
make sure that
Yep.
we could get everything in front of folks. And then on the transitional audit, we have Patrick here to speak to it and to speak to the findings. CLA is not available tonight, so we can push that, or Patrick can speak to what we have.
Okay.
The idea with that is that once we speak to you all about it, we will share both the memo from sort of Patrick and I in response to it and the CLA audit itself
Okay.
by posting online and asking the moderator to distribute the link to all of the town meeting members via email so that anyone can take a look at it.
Okay, so then I just want, before public comment starts, I want people to know what's on the agenda, so if they came to, you can obviously still speak
That's it.
about it, but, so we're gonna table item number 4, the Kleinfelder report, and we will still, unless anybody has objection, I think we should still talk about the transitional audit. You came all the way here. And if we have additional questions for CLA, we can
Yep.
get them to them.
Sure.
That work?
Agreed.
Okay. All right, very good. Now we can start public comment. The microphone's over here for this room. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. Please state your name and your address if you would like to make public comment. If you're online, please raise your hand so we know that you would like to speak. It's a unicorn night. Nobody wants to talk.
Can't see anyone online.
All right, we will move on then. Thank you very much. Moving on to new and old business, we'll begin with the discussion and possible vote on the sale of the bond anticipation note.
That might be easiest.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Great, thanks.
Yeah, so this is a state house note, which is a slightly different form of borrowing where we don't have to go through some of the additional costs of a traditional borrowing. But we went through a bid process and had Oppenheimer be our main bid at just under 3.5%. This note will go through May when we'll go through the traditional long-term debt process, along with our other issuances. The main project driving this is the fire truck, which came last week, and we made the payment just a couple days ago, the final payment for that. So pretty simple, and I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
I have a question. What happened with the first bid that went out?
Yeah, so we had a first bid, and we did not get any bids back, so we regrouped with our financial advisor and publicized it a little bit better. And basically what happened is everyone at these groups was on vacation over the summer and decided to not bid because they were on vacation, so they got back from vacation and we got a good bid in.
Well, that's interesting.
So I just want to thank you for at least, one of the things I had asked for was to get an explanation of what the spend was for. So I appreciate you giving us some of the notes.
Yeah, happy to.
Yeah, in terms of the line by line, that's helpful to understand.
All right, if anybody has any additional questions, Liam is here, but otherwise, the form of the vote is at the bottom of the memorandum on the second page of what's in here, and we do have to read this specifically, so I think it would be something along, I move that the written votes presented in this meeting in connection with the town's sales of its note and bonds be adopted as written and incorporated into the minutes of this meeting in full. And let's see, the full text of the votes. And the votes are attached here too, so we can adopt them into the minutes, if that is anybody's motion.
So moved.
get a second?
Second.
Okay, and we are physically here, so we can just say all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's been a while since we could do that, so. All right, so this passes. Anything else for Liam?
Thanks, Liam.
Thank you.
So much.
you, Liam.
Appreciate it. All right, moving on to fiscal year 26, end of year. Patrick, first of all, Patrick, thank you for coming. I know today you had today off, so appreciate you rearranging to come visit us. I know we had to negotiate these times, so appreciate it.
If you just give me 1 second of sharing, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Nick. Sure. Yeah. TV
Fashion
table.
TV table.
Say, that's a throwback.
Come with dinner.
There you
Flashback,
go.
1976.
You're out of the microwave.
Thanks, Joe.
We didn't have microwaves back then.
I cannot get this into full screen. Where am I looking here?
That's good.
There we go.
Okay. Tell me when to go to the next slide.
Okay. All right. So thank you for having me tonight. Here to give an update on the fiscal 26 financial results. Our year ended June 30th. Originally, this was planned for the 18th, so this is
You know what page I'm on?
the same presentation that was going to be given. Overall, high level, we had modestly favorable results for the year. Revenues exceeded estimates by $589,000, and expenditures were under budget $461,000. For comparison, FY25, our revenues were $81,000 over estimate, and expenditures were only $176,000 under budget. So we have a more favorable result this year than last. Local receipts exceeded estimates by $1 million, excluding some non-recurring revenues, which would skew our result. Budget pressures this year revolved around public safety personnel, particularly fire, and ratification of the new police collective bargaining agreement. We had a heavy snow year, so there was overages in the snow and ice removal costs. We had some overage in town council expense, payroll tax, and unemployment-related expenses. Savings, we saw savings in the areas such as health insurance, state assessments, and staffing vacancies that occurred, during the year. We have some funding issues related to overlay and COVID deficits that I'll get to at the end of the presentation. Overall, positive result. We're expecting free cash to be certified within our policies, which is 3 to 5% of the operating budget. And water and sewer retained earnings are anticipated to be certified above the minimum policy, which I talked about at our last meeting when we passed rates. And PEG and solid waste enterprise funds are expected to be certified positive. Next slide.
Going?
Yeah. A little more detail on the revenue results. Property taxes were below our budget estimates. That's largely driven by the fact that we used free cash to reduce the tax rate this year in the amount of $720,000. State aid, less than estimates. That's based on changes in charter school reimbursement that happened after the budget was passed, based on enrollment. And local receipts, 46% above estimate, driven largely by non-recurring revenues. So we had a permit fee in the amount of $773,000 related to redevelopment in Vinton Square. And we had a National Grid energy-related incentive for the new school in the amount of $374,000. So those are one-time things. They're not going to, recur, but notable.
Patrick, that
Yep.
Vinton Square permit fee, is that for the apartment building as well, or just the shell and new build? Do you
That's
have that
the-
level of detail?
I believe that is just the apartment building.
Oh, okay.
I think
Okay.
it's primarily the apartment. It's almost all the apartment. It was a little bit below that, I know. So it's almost all the apartment building, but not complete.
We can get you the detail.
And the National Grid money, that's non-reoccurring, that was forecasted out to us a couple years ago, right?
Yeah,
This
so we
isn't new money.
anticipated this money. We didn't
Right.
know the exact amount. So now the work has been done and submitted, and we have that result. Okay, you want to go to the next slide? This is a little bit of a busy slide, I apologize, but just a little more detail on local receipts. I'll call out motor vehicle excise taxes are our largest source of recurring local receipts. That exceeded estimates by 3.2%. Local option excise taxes, which include meals tax, rooms tax, cannabis sales tax, that exceeded our estimates by 38%. So there's actual growth there if you look at the last few years in all of those categories. So that's something that's going to help us out going forward to the level that it's sustainable, obviously. Penalties and interest on overdue taxes exceeded estimates 78%. We're conservative in that number. If we have some large redemptions in delinquent accounts, that can result in actuals over estimates like this. Licenses and permits exceeded estimates by a ton because of the Vin and Square permit. And the miscellaneous revenues that we just talked about. Any questions on this slide?
Yeah, the options and exercises taxes. Is any of this anticipated in the planning from last year? Was this, obviously, I mean, to be off by that, I mean, it's a good thing. I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
But, I mean, did we have some forbearance or knowledge that this was going to be coming in?
So we have a policy to estimate local receipts, which looks at the lesser of a 3-year average or the prior year actual.
Okay.
And then if there's any specific information that we can point to that would inform an estimate above that, we would take that estimate. Because these categories are actually growing, and it's not like we added a third, cannabis shop or a large,
Right.
large restaurant. So no, we didn't predict this level of growth, but we did follow our policy and our mechanisms, and to the extent that this is sustainable and continues, we will bake it in going forward. I think one of the changes the Finance Committee made right before the budget was passed this for 27 was to increase some of the assumptions on the local option tax, the cannabis tax, based on what we were seeing in a trend that exceeded our, typical measurement. Okay?
So when we talk about the redevelopment of Vinen and the
Yeah.
additional restaurants that are being added, will that potentially increase what our prediction or forecasting is for
For 28.
28?
Yeah, I think that's worth a conversation. There's, new housing units coming online. Eventually, that will bring people that will spend money at these places that are adjacent, so that'll be a conversation.
But that would be reoccurring, not a permanent. The one problem we've had in the past was using money that was not reoccurring and then baking that into our operating budget. We've got to be very, very careful not to ever do that again, so.
Right, and we haven't here, and that's why we're getting one-time money, and it's showing as a positive variance, right? It's gonna help our free cash, things like that. So that is in line with what the practice is here.
And I think
Yeah,
to
and
your
more-
point, you mean restaurant tax?
Yeah, I mean more meals
Yeah.
beverage.
Right.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah,
and you
that's
could bake,
reoccurring.
you could bake that in
into
as.
an estimate
yeah.
because there are now more restaurants, therefore you would assume the percentage
And
would increase.
I just want to highlight in year one of something being open, we would
Yeah.
conservatively estimate and then have more information after a year of like something like
Right.
Sam Walker's, as opposed to thinking it's going to be
To think we're
a
getting more than
big hit
there.
no matter what.
And we were
We want
for
to get some,
Bertucci's.
we'll conservatively estimate it, having a new location, looking at what we have, and that way we're not planning for something that doesn't exist.
But we never know who's actually contributing to that extra addition, because the state doesn't release that, right? That's,
We don't get breakdown by establishment for
Right.
our meals or rooms tax because
Right.
of taxpayer privacy laws. The state doesn't provide that to us.
proprietary info,
Yeah, so you have to do some
so
deductive
we have
reasoning.
to, we have to guess.
Yeah,
Informed guesses.
yeah, they're educated guesses.
Patrick, can you speak to the decrease in rentals and what that is comprised of?
Yep, so that's primarily due to the changeover from Cataldo to Beauport.
Okay.
The rental agreement is different, so there's, a few months where there was less rent or no rent because there's a provision where they can make improvements and that counts towards their rent, so that's a piece of that.
Okay.
There's also a cell tower lease that it looks like they were late on a payment, so I have them being followed up on now. So we will see that money come into 27 instead of 26, which is a timing issue. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. On the expenditure side, this just breaks down at a high level, by function of government. The variance to budget, it's not really a useful chart, to be honest, because everything was very close. But if we go to the next slide, Nick, there's some more detail that we can talk about. So I mentioned at the beginning, there were some savings from several vacancies. Those are broken down kind of on the right by department, accounting, assessing, treasury, were savings. And then there were hires in building, savings from health, public health nurse position changed. Recreation, we spent more on lifeguards this year, which I talked about when we did the year-end shuffle in July. And obviously the police and fire expenditures from the new police CBA and the fire overtime costs, which I also talked about when we did the year-end transfers. Snow and ice, that was nearly $200,000 over budget. It was a very heavy snow year. So that's equipment, that's removal costs for the labor involved with plowing. Town council exceeded budget by 10%, $22,000. And then we had some larger savings from health insurance, almost $300,000, and some additional expenditures in payroll tax and unemployment. And again, the state assessments did come in less than estimates at budget time due to changes in the charter school sending tuition based on enrollment.
When we did the shuffle, we had to shuffle money because the fire department was once again over on overtime, but the police department wasn't, correct?
Correct.
So, but the police department was over on their budget?
So from original budget, right, versus the amended budget with the transfers we did at town meeting for the new collective bargaining agreement.
Okay, I'm good with
That's
that.
the difference. We
That's
did
good.
transfer money into their budget at town meeting, so we should be factoring that in too.
So they really weren't over their budget until we did the
So
new
we passed the
CBA,
CBA.
right?
Yes.
For snow and ice, I know that it's the only line that can run in deficit and
Yes.
so I feel like it maybe gets used a little bit less judiciously, that it could it's sometimes the first to decrease because we have the ability to let it run in deficit. So are we being more thoughtful about how we're factoring it for future years, I think? Because this is yes, we
Yeah.
can't control the weather and we're not the almanac, but
Yeah, I think to your point, right, there's a certain statute or regulation from DOR that says we can overexpend our snow and ice budget so long as we have not reduced the budget from what it was the prior year.
okay.
For 26, we did reduce the budget
Yeah.
as part of our cuts that were made. So we are not legally allowed to overexpend that budget without a transfer, which is why we had to include that in our year-end transfers to
Yeah.
balance the budget.
Okay.
If we didn't have tailings other places, we would have an issue and have to fund that a different way. So, yeah, to your point, I think going forward, we need to look more closely at that budget when we're building our budgets
Okay.
and make sure it's
Just don't want to be.
reflective of reality and not too wishful, right?
Yes, yep. I think Gino's the first to raise a hand sometimes, and just want to be thoughtful about that.
During this budget season, at what point did you freeze the budget?
We froze the budget in March. Mhm. Any other questions on this slide before we move on? Hearing none. So this slide here summarizes our main reserves. So stabilization and capital stabilization are within policy. Stabilization is actually slightly above policy. The ranges are listed there. Free cash, that's not an up-to-date number in terms of what our new certification is. We don't have that yet. But that is reflective of what was unexpended at the end of FY '26 after all of our appropriations at town meeting.
So stabilization, available above, we have over 500,000 available above?
Correct, so the high end of the range is 10% of operating budget.
Okay.
That was as of June 30th. Any questions on this slide? Okay. The next few slides summarize the enterprise fund operating results. Sewer fund had favorable results, actual revenue versus estimate. So revenues exceeded estimates by 10%. That was by design. We passed certain rates last year with the intention of replenishing those funds to a certain level. So that became reality here. So I've referenced that. Expenditures, the personnel expenditures were right on target, and the operating expenditures were slightly under budget, 2%. And this is for the sewer fund. If you go to the next slide, Nick.
So can I ask a
Yep,
a
go ahead.
question? I think in your last presentation, I had asked you a follow-up question regarding the amount of, the difference between the water consumption and the sewer consumption outflow to Lynn Water and Sewer, and to ask how much that was actually costing us.
Yes, I don't have that tonight. I apologize. I will get that to you. It's basically, you're asking for a quantity of unaccounted for water and estimate of what that
And what that cost was.
costs in terms of the assessments. Okay. Just making sure I had that right. Water fund, similar, we passed a certain rate, expecting a positive revenue result that would replenish this fund, replenish our retained earnings. So that was realized. Revenues exceeded estimates by about 19%. Expenditures, we had some savings in personnel. We had a few retirements, and we hired at a lower level coming in. And operating expenditures also came in slightly under budget, 5%.
And this all accounts for new water meters, all that, does that go into that fund, or is that a
Yeah,
separate?
so any
accounted?
capital projects approved for water or sewer operations, the associated debt service is paid out of these budgets. Yes. Next slide. PEG operations, which is our cable access team, they had some favorable revenue. The revenue comes from a surcharge on cable bills from Verizon and Comcast primarily, and that's 9% positive variance to estimate. Expenditures, personnel was slightly under budget, almost 5%. Operating expenditures were right on target. They did use retained earnings to fund a portion of their budget previously. They're not doing that in FY27 in our current year because they're not expecting their retained earnings to, sustain that. So they use that money for some one-time expenditures.
But is there revenue
26.
going down each year because of people not using cable?
So it's you want to
Go ahead. I'll
Okay,
jump in
yeah.
after you.
So revenue is tied to subscribers. So if you have a declining number of subscribers, that hurts revenue. It's also tied to how we are negotiating our license agreements for Verizon and Comcast, because that surcharge and other items related to PEG are defined in there. So if you have declining subscribers but an increased surcharge, for example, that could negate each other. But generally, if the agreement is not changing, then their revenue is declining slightly each year, yes.
And the engagement with, that we voted on 3 weeks ago, I guess now, was to enter and begin the negotiations with special counsel Bill August, which was part of the, I want to say it's part of the consent agenda, the last meeting I was at. So that process would be get Xfinity a new contractor, Comcast. It talks about both capital and what their, sorry, their fee is. And then Verizon is next year. So they are very closely tied together. They, in some communities, and I haven't looked at Verizon's, I've seen Comcast in some communities, the one that goes second will actually ask that, there's like a reopener if there's a favorable change with the other contract, that type of thing. So we're entering into those negotiations. We'll have more information, but it is generally declining their capital contributions to communities, and some communities are taking PEG in-house. Others are doing it as a really robust nonprofit. These are all parts of future discussions. The state legislature has also, for I think 3 terms or 3 sessions, had something in there to talk about cord cutters. And it dies in the legislature every time, but the idea would be that there is still some cost to just having internet service that would go to support community access. But right now, it's only tied to cable. So that's, with cable use going down, revenue goes down. The folks that deliver that service, RCN, Comcast, Verizon, all want to negotiate contracts that are more favorable to them because their subscriber base is going down.
So that means everybody who's using cable is really subsidizing this, and the rest of the people that are just streaming get a free ride.
I mean, I
Yeah.
suppose, but at the same time, streaming, the
Feels
folks
like
that
a
are
new
streaming,
opinion, Mariel.
the folks that are streaming don't
I was
have
wondering.
access to cable access without going through the internet. So they don't have access to those stations. If you do
Oh.
YouTube TV or something, you don't get access to local cable.
Well,
Cable access and PEG.
we-
You have to do it
we
on
do
your,
broadcast
through
on-
Cablecast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's not, it's another step you're taking in order to try to access that content.
Got it.
And you don't get like the continuous, like go to station, I honestly don't know what it is in town, but station 13, and it's constantly running meetings and events and, content that's created.
So in talking with Joe a couple of months ago, he had made an interesting comment that I just am kind of thinking about now, that they weren't, and maybe he can speak to it if he's still around here, that they weren't able to get high definition on certain channels, or they were limited. And I thought that was kind of absurd in 2026, but
So if we ask for something new like that, we would very likely in the course of the negotiation be told that your financial contribution from the providers will be lower because they're now going to provide high definition bandwidth that we don't have right now. So it necessarily handcuffs Joe and what money he has to spend to support if we're asking for that as part of it's a give and a take like anything else in a negotiation.
I suppose so, but the cost of them, if you asked us 15 years ago, it was a different story, right? If you ask it now, the ability to provide that bandwidth is pennies, right? So I'm just trying to understand why I guess I don't want to become a true negotiating point of a give or take, like you're giving it away, but I would just want you to keep that in mind, that it seems kind of antiquated.
Antiquated.
Yeah, that we would still be giving, standard definition. And this is more along the lines of them trying to, televise the sports games. And I was just noticing, I was in their awesome studio, which is incredible. I was just kind of stymied on the fact that they still didn't have HD, so.
Yeah, the conversations that council will represent us in and that we will have with him as he prepares will not be me alone. It will be Joe and anyone else he wants from his team.
Okay.
So absolutely worth including. It's asking for more, we'll be like, okay, we will, but then we have to give you less somewhere else. And I was a part of the negotiations in Milton, like I've seen,
Really? Yeah.
because they have a declining subscriber base, they are also very sensitive to any changes in what they offer to us.
Okay,
Sorry.
next slide. So our fourth and final enterprise fund is the solid waste fund. This fund is subsidized by the tax levy and local receipts pretty heavily, so that's the primary revenue source, and there's some, in '26, there were charges from overflow bags and bulk item stickers and things like that funded this as well. Those types of receipts were estimated at $177,000, and they came in at $154,000. So we saw a negative result in the revenues for this fund of about $23,000. On the expenditure side, we saw $81,000 budget savings, primarily due to related to the strike and the fact that we altered our payments to them based on the service we were receiving. So that's the solid waste fund. Any questions? Okay. Next slide, retained earnings. So we have a policy, financial policy. We maintain 20% of budget in retained earnings for the sewer and the water fund. We are estimated to be certified well above that based on the rates that were passed and the positive revenue results we saw this year. And for PEG and solid waste, I put an estimate as well of that balance. which is positive, so. Any questions?
Yeah, just a quick question. I'm going to go back to the sewer and water fund.
Okay.
Because they're so capital intensive. Do you ever break out what that, as a line item, as to what, out of that, the expenditures is capital debt?
Yeah, that's itemized in the annual budget.
Yeah, but I'm just saying at year end.
Year-end reporting, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, I see on the graph here, which you have, water revenue versus water expenditures. And that difference, I'm trying to understand, is that from debt service? Or?
Right.
Is that, yeah.
Right. So I will circulate the year-end financial report that has all the line items from town meeting with the board and the finance committee for you to look. It'll answer your question, basically.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to make one point on the water and sewer. I brought this up at the last time we had a meeting. I just want to take, at some point, I want to review the process and how we charge people, because, I'm not really sure I'm a big fan on the tier system, and I really feel like we should be charging for water use. And are we charging for water use, or the way we split it up, is that really the best equitable way for how people are paying? I'm not looking for an answer tonight. I just want to, at some point, maybe early spring or whatever, we're just revisiting that,
Sure. I think,
especially for, for the people, for some of the businesses that use water, but mostly the condominiums, how they have it broke down, to make sure that it's just equitable for them.
sure. I think when we get to the transitional audit, there's a comment in there, or a response rather, that
Okay.
would address that. Revolving funds, if you want to move on. So this slide here summarizes our revolving fund activity for the year. General government has 7 revolving funds. They have annual spending limits that are approved by town meeting and included in our bylaws. So I put the revenue and expenditures here and the ending fund balance as of June 30th. Overall, we generally saw positive results across the funds. They're obviously intended to be self-sustaining. The largest fund is the rec revolving fund. The spending limit was increased to $650,000 for '26 by vote of this board and the finance committee. And they had a favorable result of almost $70,000. So revenues exceeded estimates. That's based on their growth and I would say the additional programming they're bringing online. So that was something that we were pleased to see, and I wanted to just call that out. On a smaller scale, the field maintenance revolving fund had a lot more activity this year than it usually does in terms of revenue and expense. I think that's related to use and the fees that we're collecting, and obviously the light usage at the fields is billed back out to those people, and we have to pay those costs out of the fund. So the fund did go slightly over its spending limit we found at the end of the year, and so we'll be looking to increase the spending limit in that fund for FY27 to accommodate the additional use and expenditure.
So when a program uses the lights, for example, at the field, they pay, where does the money get paid and how? I know it gets paid out of this fund, but it gets reimbursed to this fund too, right, through the payment?
Correct,
A
they're
portion of the
billed.
payment goes in here. Okay,
DPW
got
bills
it.
them. Yep.
So are we charging the right amount then?
Yes, I think we are. And I think that the spending limit needs to be increased. There were
Okay.
also a few smaller field maintenance items that were paid for this year that contributed to the expenditure as well, so.
And then is the payment for Clark to the school come out of the revolving?
That comes out of the recreation revolving fund, yes.
Okay.
So that's included in what you're seeing
The
for expenditures.
Yeah.
On the revolving, a few months ago, when you were doing another presentation, we had asked for questions about paying for the fireworks and lifeguards out of the revolving account, and you were going to go and double-check the Mass General laws on that. So can you just look into that and get back to us
Yeah.
at a later date? Thanks.
Question?
Sorry, one follow-up to the Clark. The utilities also, are they paid by us or, they're included in the MOU, right? So
Yeah.
Charlotte has to pay for them.
Gas and electric are
Gas and
coming out of the rec revolving fund,
Okay.
yes.
What about any maintenance or anything like that towards Clark? Is that coming out of there?
Custodial, yes, is also coming out.
Several clarifications. When we say council on aging, are we talking about the senior center?
Yes, so the senior center has a revolving fund for programs, so voluntary participation, maybe a small fee for a particular program, so people will pay that.
Just for clarification, also, I see end fund balance of 63025. Does that mean 63026?
Yes, thank you.
No problem. And then, under the recycling part, I noticed you have a note here that talks about rescinding it for FY '27.
Yep.
I mean, effectively, I never noticed it before, frankly, because since we've had the enterprise fund for now 4-ish years, is there still a need for the recycling fund?
So that was set up years ago when the town was issuing the, the small
Blue bins.
rectangular
Barrels.
barrels. People would pay the fee for that. That's not been the case for as long as I can remember. There's no activity in the fund, so it should just be closed. There's $3,800 in there, which would go to free cash.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Did we increase Andrews Chapel limit also? We didn't do that recently, Andrews Chapel revolving, maybe that was a couple
I
years
think
ago.
that might be the increased limit.
That is, okay, I remember talking about it, I'm sorry if it was
fine.
not this year.
I just have one budget question. How much has the school returned any money from their budget?
So on the expenditure side, there was a line item for education, and as of the date of this presentation, it's $76,000 being returned to the general fund for unexpended budget. Yeah.
The school is going to present, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Nick, at their September, the second meeting in September, they'll present their year end.
Yes.
And then if you're interested in a more detailed explanation, and then we can get,
Definitely.
maybe that presentation can be shared to the board after it's made public, that would be great.
Slide. Okay, so this slide is a little different. There are two account deficits that exist as of June 30th that need to be addressed in FY '27. So they're very different, so I'll talk about them separately. Overlay, if you're not familiar with that account, that is money that is added to the tax levy each year to fund abatements. So if you file an abatement for your property tax, the assessors determine it was overvalued, you would get a reduction to your tax, and the difference would come out of this fund, so we don't have a hole in our revenue. So there's also exemptions that people can apply for if you're a senior with certain qualifiers, or if you have veteran status with certain qualifiers, you can apply for those, and that is also funded out of this account. So this year, there was a lot more activity in this account than last, and we do have a deficit of $371,000 in the overlay account. And I'll break down the activity and what changed, but there's two things that need to happen. First, that will reduce free cash certification by $371,000, and to resolve the balance, we'll have to add that to our tax levy this year in FY '27. So that'll be an additional funding item that has to be addressed between now and when we set the tax rate. And we could look at different opportunities to address that. If we use free cash, that's an option. So we can talk about this further, but I wanted to flag it.
Why didn't we do it during the shuffle?
That's not, this has to be voted by town meeting if we're going to use a funding source, because it's not a budget item. It's on the balance sheet.
Got
So
it.
it's not an appropriation, so we can't use that process to do this.
It's on the balance sheet.
It has to go to town meeting or just get added to the levy, however that shakes out.
Does that include senior work-off?
It does.
It does.
How do we prevent this going forward? And when did we know we were going to be in a deficit?
So the abatement season occurs, it starts January 1st, applications are due February 1st, and then they're reviewed by the Board of Assessors over a period of probably 2 months
Yep.
and decisioned. The exemption applications are not due until April 1st.
Okay.
So those come in later. And so by June 30th, we knew before June 30th.
Sure.
That this would be an issue, and the final number came, as I was doing year end. And I do have a breakdown of the items that contributed to this, because there's one that's I would say, abnormal, and then other ones that are explainable and will probably mean we have to fund overlay more going forward.
Okay.
Okay?
Great.
So I'll go with the anomaly first. So there were two properties that were assessed that should not have been, right? So they were redeveloped prior to FY '26, and there was a migration in the assessing system, and these two properties came back on the tax roll and were assessed. So that is one item that contributed to this. That was $210,000. Okay.
Walk us through that one more time.
Yeah, right, yeah.
I will
I'm the
try.
only one that has courage to say, what?
So the system that is used to maintain the assessing records by the
three
assessor's
properties.
office, there was a migration or an upgrade, right? And we found after FY '26 values were voted, it became apparent that the two of these properties that were assessed should not have been because they were redeveloped previously. So when you redevelop a property, the original parcel is marked, inactive, and then you might have, multiple new parcels. For example, if something is redeveloped into multiple housing units and it was something else prior.
So they were wrongfully booked in the system, which
Correct.
caused an increase of 110K in the assess, I'm
210.
210K. When we talked about assessments,
Yes,
we recognized it later, and once we
Yes.
corrected it, it created that negative impact.
correct, because when you zero out that assessment, it has to come out of overlay.
Sure. Okay.
So it's a clerical error, pretty much.
Yes.
When was that noticed?
That was noticed after the actual tax bills went out. So I want to say March, we knew there was a problem with one parcel, and then subsequent, the assessors did a review. I didn't do the review, I'll say that. But
So there was
the
like an audit done across all assessments to make sure that this
Right.
wasn't happening anywhere else?
Right, so
Okay.
we're comfortable.
Who did
it
the
was-
audit?
What's that?
Who did the audit?
The assessor. Okay, in conjunction with Patriot Properties.
Okay.
So was this the issue with the vendor, or we just had a clerical issue in-house?
I think
Or-
this occurred due to the software upgrade that happened.
Yeah.
But I think going forward, there'll be controls in place to look for this
Got
exact
it.
thing so that this doesn't happen
Happens.
again.
Yep.
This is
Understood.
unusual.
Okay.
Okay.
So when we talk about the revenues that came in, did we account that 210,000 as revenue in our overage at the
So-
beginning of the presentation?
Yeah, so your total tax levy is divvied up across all assessed property. So the amount taxed does not change. This is based on this.
Okay.
So we didn't count this as revenue in my actuals, if that's your question. Is that your question?
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're not double counting it or undercounting it. We had expected, I mean, in other words, you've reported that whatever the property tax revenue was, right? And now you're saying that we obviously overcharged, that has to go into the overlay account. Did we expect this and know that we're just transferring back?
So there's a distinction because the number that was reported at the beginning of the presentation for property tax revenue is actual funds collected,
Not predicted.
not the tax levy.
Predicted, right.
Right.
It was the estimated versus
Okay.
actual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this does not affect that. Does that make sense?
It does, but had you estimated that it was included, or it kind of came in as an error anyways?
The tax levy would not have changed if we caught this prior.
The pie stays the same size.
That's
The
what-
slice of each individual property would have been different.
Yeah.
By a small amount to make it, because the pie was still the pie.
Yep.
We just had two extra pieces.
Yeah.
I don't mean to make it.
Yeah, we double
Oh, that's
cut.
really good.
Yeah,
So-
that's fine.
Yeah. I think I understand.
Okay.
This might be a Nick question, but so glad we've got processes in place. How often are we looking at the property assessments and ensuring the accuracy of the property cards? Or is that a too detailed question to get into right
That's
now?
all.
So there's you can jump in if I.
You want me to jump in
If
and
I
then you
misstate, no. There's the neighborhood by neighborhood, in a neighborhood in the broad sense of how they're determined within assessing. not by how we would necessarily define individual.
Right.
That is done on a cycle where there's a certain portion done each year.
Okay.
Okay, and
Yep.
so that would be one opportunity, I believe, to catch something like this, but obviously we wouldn't want it to go more than 1 year anyway. If someone at this property gets a bill and they're like, the home doesn't exist, it's now a two-family, or it was higher density, was now built here, I got a higher density bill and I get this one for the old property, that would be like a request for abatement that would trigger. So in one sense, it's done bit by bit. The internal controls, I think, are what are more important, so that when we are aware of changes that are happening, we need to specifically be on the lookout for those anomalies. And then the annual piece-by-piece review also would catch, if I'm not, am I missing something in describing this? Does that answer your question, though?
No.
On one hand. On the other hand, individual property cards obviously have the building characteristics of the home, and if somebody adds an addition, whatever. How often do we audit those property cards to ensure the accuracy of the card versus what's actually there?
I mean, that's part of that process that goes on where the neighborhoods are handled
Okay,
on a rolling basis.
got it.
I thought
It's also-
Charlie said, sorry to interrupt you. I thought last time Charlie was here, he said it was gonna take us 5 years or something.
Something about 5 years is what I
Something
remember,
along-
but-
Many, many years in order to go through all of them, make sure they're accurate at the rate that we're going
Right,
right now.
right.
And then we'd be starting all over again, basically.
In addition to that, though, we are working, and we're looking at what we can do specifically with OpenGov, but assessing and building prior to Paul and
Right.
Rich being there, we're not talking as much as they should be. So that, and ideally, Paul's process would be that before you close out a building permit, the assessor is looking at it.
Right.
And so, there's multiple opportunities to do this better. The internal controls Patrick's speaking to are to make sure this is a mistake that shouldn't be happening. And then there's ways that we can improve the process.
Okay.
So I think it's two separate pieces, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure if
Same vein, but two separate strands, but yeah.
not sure if I'm answering your question at all at this point.
I think you'd asked the question about an audit, right? And is that up to Patriot Properties?
No.
No,
Patriot
our
Properties
individual-
They're just a software
They handle the
vendor.
information.
Yeah.
They're a platform that our information lives
Obtain
on.
the information, they put it somewhere,
Can I,
maintain it.
can I add
Yes, jump in
something?
at any point.
Okay, because I have that meeting with Paul regularly. So Paul, the assessor, he is going neighborhood by neighborhood and looking at field cards for
Okay.
individual properties for anomalies or things that, need to be corrected, basically.
Understood, okay.
And the DOR assessing regulations, there's a 5-year cycle for you to go through your properties and kind of do like a turn of every stone, if you will.
So every 5 years,
That's in progress. He
theory?
did some of it during FY '26, and he's continued in FY '27. It is tedious, as you can imagine, going through each individual property, and there's, 5,800 properties in town. So that, it's time consuming, and it will take a number of years to do that, but he's making good progress. He did complete another neighborhood recently, so.
Well, he's been working on waterfront, and waterfront properties are constantly being updated and field cards are being checked, whereas the rest of the community is not getting the same attention as waterfront. And last year he did the waterfront right in front of the water, and this summer, he said he was doing on the opposite side of the street. So he's not able to do all the neighborhoods. So for example, Roy Street, Clark Street, that area is really not being addressed, whereas Puritan, your area, those, and it is tedious work.
One of the reasons I was asking this is obviously the issue that Conservation Commission's looking at with the beach and the property over there in Wales, and I know that was something at least I read in the newspaper about the land area and tax issues and a potential assessment.
Are field cards accessible online? Do you know?
Yes,
On Patriot.
Yeah.
They're on
You can
Patriot.
search by,
it's on our GIS system, you can,
Address Or by, like.
I think it's address or, yeah, but it's like for address, you would look up Puritan and they'd all come and it's
Yeah.
like,
It's just, recently, someone asked me why the field cards weren't online
they are,
any longer, and I said I thought they were, so.
yep, they are.
it's usually, if I'm not mistaken, it's a tab at the top.
Mm-hmm.
That don't necessarily, it doesn't look as good as other websites because Patriot, but the tabs are there are like 4 or 5 tabs across the top
Mm-hmm.
that would include that.
And we link to it on our website.
Yeah.
And the link works.
Yeah. I just want to say, you did a good job answering that question, but you answered it on the nose, so thank you. No offense, Nick.
So that's 210,000, and what about the rest of the money?
Yes, so the other items that contributed to the shortage and the overlay are our exemptions in our senior work-off program, and I kind of broke it out, so I'll just list them off. So the veterans exemptions, we saw an $80,000 increase from last year. So last year, the assessors awarded, rather, $64,000 in veterans exemptions. This year was $124,000. If you remember, in 2025, we passed HEROES Act amendments at town meeting, which increased the qualifiers for the exemptions and the award, like their value.
Good for
So
us.
this is the first year with that, and we're seeing that being utilized. Okay. Same thing with the elderly exemptions. So last year, we saw $5,000 of elderly exemptions, and this year there were $30,000 of elderly exemptions. So that's $25,000 of growth there. Blind exemptions, that increased from $5,000 to $9,000.
What was that one, sorry?
Blind.
Blind.
Oh, blind,
Yep.
excuse me.
So if you're, blind to a certain extent, you can qualify for a certain property exemption. The senior work-off program, last year, we did $82,000 of abatements for senior work-offs. This year it was $91,000, so that's a $9,000 increase. And then there's the abatements for overvaluation. So last year, the assessors awarded $167,000 in abatements, and this year it was $239,000. So that's a $72,000 difference, and that's largely related to Elm Place, which was $60,000. So the growth, if you eliminate that, because that's a new property, I'd call that kind of an anomaly, that would be $12,000 net.
Elm Place? What-
Can you just repeat?
Wait.
Right?
The
It's
Westcott
Westcott,
got a $60,000 rebate?
An abatement,
Abatement.
yep, related to their value. Yes.
We overvalued.
What's the criteria?
For an abatement?
So it's unique to each property. So someone has to submit an application with their explanation of why they believe their property was overvalued. So it's really, I
And
would
so
say
the
it's unique.
assessors, the Board of Assessors has the power to say, okay, we're gonna give you whatever off. or-
There's criteria that they have to meet that are dictated largely by one of the state,
State statute, right?
yeah.
And there's another level of appeal. So if assessors deny, it can go to the state appellate tax board.
And there's someone that checks that, all of that?
Yeah, like for example,
Just
if your
curiosity.
backyard was a cliffside and you couldn't build on it, one might apply for an abatement. The assessor might come, look at your backyard, see that it's not buildable, and then figure out, measure some things, figure out what you're owed based on your unbuildable, unuse and unbuildability on your lot size.
Or you could have also, just, you rebuilt your home, and at the time you rebuild, then the assessor says the kitchen is in excellent, everything's listed as
Right.
excellent condition, and now you're 10 years out, you might say, my kitchen's no longer excellent, and then you file an abatement, and then they lower that part of the formula, and then you would get an abatement from that.
Well, I understand how it works. I'm just wondering if anyone's checking the checkers.
Oh.
That was more my question. And how
That
do you,
was-
how do you figure out if that's accurate, right?
That was
Like
kind of
how
a
do-
side point to what I was trying to get at earlier.
Right.
Just one of many things can
Right.
do
As
a
we
lot of
just
changes.
accidentally saw two parcels that, had a clerical error. How do we know that we're checking the checkers? That's,
I don't necessarily mean the
Checking
people on the
checkers,
board,
do
I
you
just,
mean-
people that are
Or-
approving abatements for X, right? Who's,
Well, I can answer that as I was the liaison at the time, and you had, your three Board of Assessors, I think, were very diligent and worked very hard, and the assessor agent that worked for the town, I think they were all really, really diligent and did double-check things. And I do know that legal counsel had to come in a number of times for different larger complexes, and legal, I know a couple times would say, okay, you could just settle, and I know the assessors pushed back and said no, and the reason they said no is because of the data that they had, and they saved the town a significant amount of money,
but
so.
that board changes, right? It's not always the same people.
Right, it's an elected
Right.
board.
Yeah,
It's an
it's
elected
elected board,
board.
but it doesn't really change,
Composition
that
of it
much.
changes, though, right?
Well-
The people that are elected?
And,
I'm just
yeah,
saying,
I'm
it
sure
has
it'll
to be
change.
Various backgrounds of expertise.
And I'm sure, I don't think there's
Board of
any issue
Assessors,
with
I
the
think, is
board or the people.
They're
It's
also the only
just the
elected board that
process.
is required to go through training.
Yes.
DOR does training.
There we go.
It is a requirement for them to be participating to the
They
point
have to
that,
get certified.
right.
Yeah.
Or pass, I don't know if it's actual certification, but they have to pass a test.
No, but that's one of the reasons I was asking about just
Yeah.
looking at the past
Right.
results and audit,
Right.
not for any malfeasance,
No,
just to
not
make
at
sure
all.
everything we have is
If
accurate.
there's a level of subjectivity
are-
or not, or.
In your opinion, are we still adequately staffed? We have a part-time assessor,
Not at
No,
right?
we still have, there is
Posting.
a job posting, there has been a job posting. I have had multiple conversations with a regional partner that could potentially do something together. I've talked to ones that currently have staff to see if there's something that we can do together, but there's a number of openings in the North Shore right now. There are not candidates that are applying, that are leaving the jobs that they're at for the salaries that we as individual communities are offering. There are a handful, Reading, Wakefield, Linfield, all work together, where there's one chief assessor and staff in the individual communities, and then he's hosted in one community. But even that model, he's anticipated to be retiring soon, so the three of them are trying to figure out what's next, because he brought that together, in that case, by, working between two communities, and there's still weaknesses to that as well, because he's not physically there. It's not it's not a part-time person, it's a full-time person thinking about all three communities at all times, but he's not physically in any one community full-time either. So there's weaknesses to any model, but the candidate pool is
Lean.
tiny.
We're also advertising for full-time, right?
Yes.
So what about if we advertise for part-time? Because now you have a lot of,
We did that.
right, but what about if we continue to do that?
Would have 2 part-time assessors?
We could have 2 or 3 part-time assessors. I'm just saying, open it up, because you have multiple people retiring within the Commonwealth, and, there's only a certain amount of hours they're allowed to work, so if you can tap into that system, I think that's an opportunity. But that's actually not on this agenda here, so.
Yeah.
I have a question about senior work-off.
Yeah.
Could you explain, so we were up 9,000. Is there a cap to that? Can we cap that? Can any senior within the criteria obtain it? There's a limit to how much I
much
think
we can give out.
a household can obtain?
Right.
Could you explain that a little bit? Sorry.
Yep, so the program is limited in the sense that there's a limit a household can obtain off their property tax ballots. They can work, they get credit equal to minimum wage, which is $15 an hour in Massachusetts currently, and they can get up to, I want to say $2,500 off their tax bill based on how many
Per
hours they're
household.
working. Yes, per
Okay.
household. Okay? They fill out an application and they get matched with departments that might have needs that meet their qualifications. There's no ceiling on the program on how much we're going to allocate out of overlay to the program.
Got it.
I'm going to the Board of Assessors meeting on the 3rd to discuss with them kind of like the overlay results this year and different things that they may have an opinion on. That may be one of them.
Okay.
Because the overlay is not a budgeted account, right? It's not an appropriation that goes to
Right.
town
Really
meeting.
interesting.
It's kind of not something we could address through the budget process, but I think a policy would make sense, and I actually think it might make sense to start with them and get their thoughts on it, so that's
Yeah.
where I'm headed.
I just think that's a population that's growing in town, right?
Yeah.
And as more people take advantage, they talk to their friends, and then they come and take advantage, and it's great, because it's like a basically payment in lieu of taxes, and we still get
We get a
benefit.
whole labor force.
I just want to caution, thinking about a cap, we derive a significant benefit the way
Well, I'm
it
saying
works in
don't
town.
cap it, but I'm
Okay.
just saying, how do we better forecast that we don't cap it?
Spend, yeah.
Yeah,
And like-
I don't want it capped. I think if you could work and you want to help us in some way and you want to give back to the community, we'd be happy to
And I'm
continue
sure
to
there's a-
subsidize not subsidize, but.
Yeah,
take-
I want to highlight the way that we do it here also actually engages
Yes.
skills that, in other communities, it's just like you're a greeter at the front door.
Right.
And it ends up being someone reading and saying hello and helping you find someplace. Whereas there are real skills put to work that we're very fortunate to have. So I just I didn't know what
Yeah.
direction you
I'm
were
sure
going.
there's a big economic benefit for us too, rather than having to go out to the market and hire somebody. I mean, this is great on so many different levels.
Who manages the workforce itself, that senior work-off workforce? Is that in your
Yes.
bucket? Okay, so you can make the decision in terms of who you need, how much help you need, you can allocate whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, primarily we work with department heads, and so when we've had needs where someone's out for an extended period because of something going on in their family, we might have two work-offs that split that time, you know, that are doing administrative tasks. and
I'm
that
not,
type
I'm
of
not
thing.
questioning the decisions, I'm
Yeah.
just trying to understand from the management perspective, that's in your wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't
In
turn-
concert with department heads, yeah.
If somebody's available to work and the work exists, we let anybody work. Like, do we turn people away? We don't turn people away.
Not that I can think of.
Okay, just want to make sure.
So because we don't budget for it, right, there is still some level of control within the town administrator's office.
If we chose to exercise in a way that we're, the sole goal is limiting the exemption, yeah.
Okay.
And what I'm arguing is that I don't think that's a good idea based on what we, the benefit we derive from it right now. If it turned into, we don't have things, we're not engaging people in a way that uses the skills and expertise that they've developed over a career, you know, then I would absolutely agree we should look at it that way. It is a well-functioning benefit to the community right now, both for the taxpayer as needing or seeking an exemption and the taxpayer that is funding general government operations.
Okay, so but in the budget process, right, as we're looking for the gazintas and the gazettas, how do we determine,
Is it Dr. Seuss?
I was going to say, what?
I don't know, that's a term,
Oh, okay.
Um,
Just curious.
comes in, what comes, you know,
Yes, got it.
how do you accommodate to know from one year to the next, I mean, to budget for $91,000, or next year is $150,000, or the next year is 50, I mean, there's that wide variance. I'm just trying to understand what the controls are and what the mechanism is to, when we're looking at the budget and we're trying to make choices and decisions. Why is it not budgeted? And is it left to the discretion of the assessors to make that recommendation, or to
Well,
the select board?
it's like the statutory exemptions that we've adopted. If more visually impaired folks, more seniors, more veterans move to town, it is impacted by those seeking the exemption.
I'm talking about the work-off specifically.
It's an exemption ultimately. So if the policy direction from the board is that you would like fewer opportunities to seek that exemption,
No.
then that would be how we would go about looking for, how do we limit it? Because right now, if it's a $9,000 variance, then we need to make sure that we're thinking about it in terms of the overlay. And certainly when we talk to the assessors, does the overlay need to be different? And, you know, that's something communities don't necessarily think about when they do adopt the statutory exemptions and the increases, where things will quite literally double in a single year. Or if you talk about a circuit breaker tax exemption, if you don't allow the ability for the select board in a case like that to set what the match is, you could, again, have a big one-year jump. It's part of the it's an exemption, it falls into the overlay, we can manage as best as possible. But as I said, I think the benefit outweighs trying to manage to a $9,000
Variance.
delta.
Right.
Okay.
I'm saying advertise more, get more people in. I think it's a great benefit. I think it's a benefit to the taxpayer itself, like it just provides community and other things that, you know, seniors need to be getting anyways, which is fantastic, so.
I don't have a problem with that.
No, I'm not saying you do.
No, I don't, but what I do have issues with is that when we, let's say, have to cut back summer help for kids who are also making $15 an hour,
It's totally different.
it's totally different. It's still money spent or
Wayne is trying to say that
accredited.
it's unaccounted for money,
It's just a
right?
budget
It's
thing we're talking about,
unbudgeted
right?
money. So if it skyrockets by 20 grand, right? Where are we filling that hole? That's what he's saying. It's not you're not projecting it, so you have no way to know what it's gonna be year to year, right? That's, I think, what you're saying?
Well, yeah, that seems to be one of the ability to control, not that I encourage
trying to
people to
control
do
it,
that,
but,
right?
right,
But at
you're
the
trying
same
to
time,
project.
we talk about, oh, wait, what's the difference of $10,000 here and there? We just had an argument a month ago about every dollar counts, right?
exactly,
So what
yeah.
I'm trying to understand is, when we are actively cutting back services, let's say at the DBW for the summer help,
Yep.
but we're encouraging people at the same time to come in through this other entrance that we're still effectively paying for through the abatements.
It's an inequity, is what you're saying.
Not necessarily, is it an equity or not? It's just not controlled. And
Right.
it's like we're taking one to pay the other.
It's not taking one to pay the other. This is an exemption that is available to the community, same as the other ones that have been adopted by the community. If you would like us to limit it, we can. And so we can say that there is an upper limit that we will not go beyond, and we don't offer it, or we limit the number of hours that someone can make, or we lower the amount that someone could, put toward, gain as an exemption to put towards their property taxes. It is an offered exemption, so it's not the same as us saying
Right.
our budgeted number for the year needs to be closed by $10,000, and there's a $10,000 expense, which is seasonal help in the summer. So let's have a debate about whether or not we want that priority to be funded or another priority to be funded among the things that are funded within the operating budget.
So
It's
that's the
not
difference,
apples to
is that
apples.
It's an exemption.
I-
That's the key piece.
It's reducing what we collect. One is spending, the other is reducing what we collect.
And so if we reduce what we collect by a certain overage amount, as a result of that, it still affects the final bottom line number of how much free cash we have and how much we can
Does.
spend for the next
But what we're
year.
talking, but what we're talking about is, one is what we're passing for anticipated expenditures, the other one, we're talking about what we're anticipating for income.
Yeah.
We vote on expenditures.
Two
and we
sides of a
set
different
the-
coin.
But they're different processes that we
I
engage
appreciate
in
that.
as a community.
I do appreciate that.
One is the adoption of the budget, the other is setting of the tax rate and the anticipated levy and what we think is coming in and what we all agree is going to be the pie from which we spend to fund the budget.
Do we take this into account when we think about, like, yes, we have taxes we are charging, but then do we take that into account in taxes received back? Payments for those taxes?
Yes, so in terms of how this and other exemptions and abatements the assessors award and how that affects the
Do we
budgeting
forecast
process,
that
we do
within the budget
forecast it
Yes.
as a total number.
Okay.
An overlay. So if you looked at the proposed budget this year, there was $300,000 proposed to be added to the overlay account. Obviously, we did not anticipate to be in this position.
When
But
you say this year, do you mean FY '26 or FY
27.
'27?
27.
Okay, I just want to be
Thank
clear.
you.
Okay.
And that was increased $50,000 from the prior year in anticipation of some increase in the HEROES Act-related changes.
Yep.
Obviously, that's exceeded $50,000. Now that we have 1 year of historical, we can point to. But when we're computing our levy and using that to build the budget, it includes an amount for overlay each year. So I guess that's the point of forecasting,
Okay.
if you will. Okay?
Okay. That, I think that answers my question
Okay, we
more
get there.
closely.
Going-
I think
we
it's 6 to
should-
1, half dozen on the other, Wayne. I think we get there.
There's some level of
There's
forecast.
some level of
and-
forecasting
and-
which appreciates that this is happening.
Exactly.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next.
COVID.
COVID. Let's talk about COVID. So there is a deficit on our balance sheet related to emergency pandemic expenditures that occurred years ago, as we're going
Shocking.
back to 21, 22. And this deficit comes about because the rules related to the pandemic funds authorized by Congress changed multiple times throughout the pandemic. And so there were certain expenditures that were ultimately disallowed under the CARES Act and FEMA emergency relief. There were two different funding sources for these things. And those costs were primarily related to the testing clinics, which were quite costly. So it's not something that we're alone in. There were 140 communities in Massachusetts, roughly, that had some kind of CARES and FEMA-related deficit. And the DOR has provided exemptions through 26 to say you don't need to fund these. You can carry them on your balance sheet. It won't reduce your free cash and all that. So it hasn't really become an issue until now we're in 27, and the DOR is saying these things need to be firmed up.
But our financial director was working very closely with the state to make sure that every penny we spent was within compliance of those laws. So, this is not a short amount of money, 204K, so.
204,000
Right.
pennies.
She must have missed a couple pennies.
And how did, is this because the state gave us
Bad advice.
bad advice, or?
I think it's related to the rules for each bucket of money. There was the CARES Act funding and there was the FEMA funding, and the rules changed multiple times
Right.
throughout the pandemic. Obviously, we were making expenditures under emergency circumstances. We had to do, you know, testing, I mean, I don't even want to go back there, list off all the things we had to do.
I bet
but
you can't really speak
There were
to
a
it.
lot of things that had to be done right away and seemed appropriate within the rules. And when it all shaked out 2 years later and everything was firmed up, it wasn't allowable. And there was opportunities to resubmit, you know, if you submitted expenditures to FEMA and they declined them, you could resubmit them under the CARES Act or vice versa. So there was a lot of like, you know, you can't double dip, obviously, but you
Right.
need to, you know, if you're declined, you would go to the next agency and try and get that funding approved for it. But it was it was very back and forth. And so,
Can you possibly explain, I mean, we're looking at 5 years ago, almost 6 years ago at this point. Why are we seeing this now?
We could carry it on our balance sheet till
Up to
2026.
2026.
right.
Has this already been carried on our balance sheet? This has been discussed in years before, I guess,
would
is what I'm.
suspect.
No,
No,
Never
No, it has
discussed
not.
it, but
No.
we've carried it probably that long.
Yeah, so this has existed since '23. We had a deficit on our balance sheet, okay?
Oh.
So from 2023 to now, it existed. It what did not reduce our free cash, so we didn't have that, you know, I guess, penalty from DOR.
So someone in your position knew about this since 2023, and this is the first time that we're hearing about it. Is that safe to say?
I can't say for certain that it wasn't spoken about
Okay.
previously, you know, over the past
Right.
4 years.
It was never
Publicly
spoken about
to this
here.
I
board.
don't, not to us, but.
As long
that's
as
not
we've
our
been here.
metric.
Right.
Not,
Not
certainly
discussed
not
in
you,
FinCom?
I know that.
Yeah, but it was important for me to bring it to you.
Yes.
Obviously, it needs to be
Yes.
addressed.
Appreciate
So-
that.
We discussed ARPA money at nauseam.
This is not ARPA.
This is not
Right,
opera
right.
money.
How are other towns managing this?
Um,
140 towns, you said?
Yep, so since then, towns have funded this different ways. So the DOR is requiring you to, if you take no action, fund this through your tax levy this year in FY '27. You can also fund this through free cash or other available funds, any, you know, with an appropriation. So
Has anyone chosen to file suit against either the state or the federal government? Is there any,
maybe larger, you know, cities have done that, but I couldn't name one.
there's no class action creating a class of multiple different towns sharing resources to go? I mean, is there anything?
So the argument would be to argue against DOR's change in regulation or guidance, whatever.
In other words, I mean, is there?
Been misinformation.
Do we have any case, is my question. I don't want to just like give up. I mean, do we
So-
have a case?
Probably it would cost us more than
course it would. Of course
$204,000
it
to
would.
litigate that type of thing. And if every 140, if all the 140 or even 100 towns are below a certain threshold, they're going to be thinking the same thing, which is, this is more expensive to litigate than it is to pay it.
Individually, it is.
Of course.
Yeah, but as a class, would it be?
I mean, it's still very costly.
For sure.
Call
And
Erin
this would be, you know, the rules that changed were at the federal level, so this would be, you'd be dealing with those.
And part of this could very well have been our error, right? We're assuming it's on the part of the state or federal government. But they could very well turn around and say, well, you people chose to spend your money on these things that weren't applicable.
I'm sure that would be their
Yeah,
position.
of course it would.
I mean, I might take your point if it wasn't 140 different communities that all seem to be landing in this.
210 did it okay, but, you know, I mean, that's
in-
30%.
Statute changed on this a million times, regulation changed on this
Yeah.
a million times, so
Sure.
this is surprising, but is it surprising that this could happen in theory?
No, not at all.
No.
No, on either side.
Exactly, on either
There was
side.
a period of time by which we could, like, appeal their feelings, like where we could, is there anything like that available?
If
Or
you
was
get, you know, just like I would think with any grant, you can appeal. If you submit an expense and it's declined, you know,
Right.
at first pass, you would appeal it. And
Okay.
it's my understanding that was done with
That
both
was done
FEMA
and we're
CARES
still,
Act.
okay.
Do we know what,
What specifically is being, you know,
So it was related to
denied,
testing?
so to speak? All of it was testing, or was it,
Yeah, my understanding is the majority,
that seems so
almost all of that was
strange.
testing. Yeah. And that was one of the most costly things we
Yeah,
had to
right.
pivot and spend money on ambulatory testing. We had the ambulance
Right.
companies out, so.
So was there any point, because this went on for over a year, was there any point where we had a notification that we were potentially going to be denied? I mean, or were we going along knowing that there was low risk all along?
I don't think it was a low-risk situation at all. I mean, we were in the pandemic, and this
Right.
funding was just being thrown at us, and we didn't
Right.
even know what we needed to spend it on right when it started.
Change of federal
Um,
administration.
Yeah, so that was
Yeah,
definitely
there
a
was
lot going
change,
on.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
you know, I don't have a timeline of exactly like if this and that, you know, from the time we got the money, but
But all of that, or the majority of that $204,444 was from some type of
Testing.
expenditure to do with COVID testing.
correct, yeah.
And we had open COVID testing where anybody could come in and
With the assumption that we were going to be reimbursed by the federal
really helped
government.
everybody.
Yeah.
I just wonder why COVID testing would not be something that,
That
it
seems
doesn't make any
silly.
sense to me, that category would be denied.
I mean, maybe we reached a threshold, maybe it was the amount of time we were holding it, maybe it was
That's-
the vendors we used. There could be a million reasons why within the statute, so.
It could be more process than policy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Right.
We used the wrong needle.
Code or something or whatever.
So is it
Q-tip up your nose.
Is
Yeah.
it the position from town administrator's office that we pay this, or that we see no possible recovery pushing back with other towns?
DOR will just take it out of the free cash like, in the end, they can,
Do that.
Do what they
they
want.
can balance it the way that they want to get it, and then we could
They're
spend
gonna
time
get it, we
chasing
can
it,
argue
but,
getting it back.
I don't want to spend any money on trying to chase it personally, but
I mean,
I don't want to spend legal money.
To Nick's
That's
point, this is
my-
getting spent off of our balance sheet from free cash or from the tax roll, whether we want to do it or not. So the decision is, do we want to use free cash
Right.
to pay for it or not? It's getting paid for, and then after the fact, we can go sue somebody if we want to.
So,
Right.
But is the
I
question
mean, it
before us
feels like
tonight
it
how we
falls in
want to
that
pay for this?
quintessential bucket
there is
of
not a
one
question,
time.
this is the
question.
year-end,
Okay. So
this is a
decision.
presentation discussion.
Yes, it's
It's
not
not
really a
that we're
discussion.
asking for action, I think all the questions are completely reasonable.
When does action need to be taken? Is it for FY '27's budget?
So for both of these items, it's gonna affect
28.
the
Free
tax rate recap, right, the end of the year when we
Okay.
calculate the
Mm-hmm.
new tax rate. So the action to take between now and then would be at December town meeting if we want to appropriate free cash to offset the impact of these items. That is the extent of the action at this level we would take.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Patrick.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Nick.
And this is the last slide, I promise. So just a couple of timeline items. Obviously, year end has happened. I'm presenting the results to you now. I'm submitting our balance sheet to the Department of Revenue in September. We should get our free cash certification back shortly after that, by the end of October for sure. And then I'll submit Schedule A, which is just another report of revenue and expenditures to DOR in their format in November.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
Shall we move on to the transitional audit?
More fun for Patrick.
Is the intent? I guess, I said we talk about this, we will talk about this. Patrick's gonna present it, but then do we wanna have CLA come back?
So we have like 4 slides, it's what they looked at,
Okay,
what their
Ellen.
findings
Ellen
were,
says no.
how, what we're planning,
okay.
and, or what we've already done. So I think if you all have questions, we can certainly invite them,
Wait,
but
no, I
if tonight is sufficient, then we can,
just wanna make sure
This
we're
will al-
managing
having this
all
di-
board expectations
and
before
having
we
this
start.
discussion will also allow us to post what CLA gave to us along with the response about what we plan to do or have already started doing.
Okay,
I
take it
think-
away again.
All right.
Just give me 1 second,
I'm
Ben.
sorry.
Connors. This is only 4 slides.
Great.
Yay.
I'm getting there.
Okay.
This is the first one,
Yep,
right?
that's
Yeah.
the first slide. Thanks, Nick. So here to present the outcomes of the transitional audit that was approved at town meeting in May of 2025. So this was an engagement we used Clifton Larson Allen to conduct, and they came in to look at 3 areas of our financial operations. They looked at the water and sewer enterprise funds to investigate the declining fund balances, declining retained earnings we experienced over a 3-year period, and to evaluate expenditures from those funds for appropriateness, which would mean an appropriation existed and a purchase order was set up and used to conduct that purchase. They also looked at procurement within the water and sewer enterprise funds. They looked at the expenditures for compliance with Mass General Law 30B, which dictates procurement for municipalities and the state. And then they also looked at our rec revolving fund to review the flow of transactions, basically how, all aspects of their financial operations were functioning. Next slide.
They didn't look at any other procurement,
The procurement
just water, sewer?
was limited to water and sewer enterprise funds. Yes. Okay. The findings, I apologize, the font is small. So I provided the board with the full report. The declining balance in water and sewer funds was primarily driven by consumption projections that were misaligned with actual consumption for multiple fiscal years. So that means that the projections we were using to build our rates, the assumptions for consumption didn't match what was actually happening, by the end of the year. So that's one item. Second item, there were some instances when they sampled expenditures for appropriateness in the water and sewer fund of missing or expired contracts, or a lack of complete and approved purchase orders for some of the expenditures sampled. So that's missing documentation for some of these things related to procurement.
Did they say the dollar amounts? Examples of dollar amounts?
There is a table that we will provide to the board. It's an appendix to the report, but they didn't send it to us, so it does detail what they sampled. Okay.
So when we talk about consumption, that's consumption for water, let's say, that's consumption from the MWRA meter relative to what we're metering at the home. In other words, if we're missing a couple million gallons from leakage, is that included in the consumption
So I want to
projection?
I think we're talking about 2 different things, so I want to make a distinction. They didn't look at unaccounted for water and how that affected our revenues. They looked at how we forecasted our rates to build, to generate the amount of revenue we wanted versus what was actually built and metered and billed. Okay?
Okay.
So projection versus actual.
Projection versus actual.
Okay. Not necessarily the expenditure side to what we have to pay MWRA.
No.
No.
Okay, all right.
And consumer projections, right, is what we're saying?
Yep. Yes, projections. On the procurement side, there were expenditures on contracts that were more than 5 years old, so generally a municipality can't award a contract that exceeds 5 years. That would be a maximum unless there was some kind of amendment. And there was some lack of evidence of formal procurement for some of the expenditures that were sampled. So again, gaps in some documentation related to procurement. And the rec revolving fund, they noted that fringe benefits related to employees, so primarily that's payroll taxes for this current census we have, we're not charged to the rec revolving fund, so we will be doing that in FY27. They also noted that the spending limit was not noted in the accounting system, and there was limited expenditure classification in the fund, which just means there weren't a lot of sub-accounts built out to track expenditures on reports. Detail. Correct. And they noted some opportunity for more training related to procurement and just utilizing the accounting system within the staff there.
So,
Yep.
what year did this audit cover? So what, did it look at rec for this year, or did it look at
So they looked
2025?
for most of the audit, they were looking at 23 through 25 for sampling. But in terms of the recreation department, they did meet with staff, so it would be a measurement of like current conditions in terms of, how are we running reports and tracking things.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Yep. And so the next slide, there are some recommendations that were made. So in terms of water and sewer funds, CLA recommended we use more conservative consumption estimates in the rate setting process, reconcile our projected consumption annually with the actuals, adhere to policies regarding retained earnings balances, and periodically review the rate structure, which is something that Mary Ellen mentioned earlier. So those are their recommendations, and the next slide will have, our actions that have been taken or will be taken. On the procurement piece, just ensuring the policies we have are communicated to all department heads or anyone involved in procurement and that they're adhered to. So that would be just, communication acknowledgement of the policy, making sure that everyone is comfortable operating within that in each department. And then ensuring that contracts are up to date as needed upon expiration, at least every 3 years. We have a lot of long-term relationships with vendors, and that documentation just has to be in place.
And we've had no procurement issues that have come up in our regular audits?
We have not. Nope.
So what's happening with our regular audits?
So we are conducting an audit RFP right now, I will say that.
Okay,
So we're seeking, firms interested in doing the 26 audit. It could be a
full
different firm.
audit.
Yeah.
Full.
We have
Town
a
audit.
financial
Town
audit.
audit.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
But
would
not
be our
like this
regular
one.
audit. So that's underway. We have been with the same firm for a while. I'll just leave that at that.
and when was our regular audit, when was that completed?
So the 25 audit is delayed, so we don't have it yet, but I am expecting it by Labor Day. The firm was acquired twice throughout the engagement, so that has created a lot of delay.
And then what's your ETA on the 26 audit?
The 26 audit, we're doing the RFP right now, and we would expect it to be done well in advance of, I would say, March.
Okay.
Okay?
Maybe at the same time as this one. It's 25.
How long behind are they? How far behind, sorry, on delivering the FY '25?
They should have been done in March, by March.
Okay, are they out of their contract terms?
6 months.
That's not a delay, that's like,
Yeah,
are they out of their contract terms?
yeah, this is the final year of their contract, so
No, I mean for
No, are
delivery
they-
of the audit. I mean, usually you would have the expected deliverable and a delivery date and a
penalty,
reconciliation
like-
penalty clause.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are not the only community that's having this problem with our provider. We will explore all opportunities to recoup costs.
That's a significant delay.
Yeah.
Let's say that's not a
agree
delay.
with that.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Put us out of compliance with the DOR?
What was that?
An
Wayne?
audit, is there a state requirement for an audit? Does that put us out of compliance if that audit is not?
When the audit is completed, it is shared with DOR. If it goes on and on, it can be an issue if you're trying to issue debt. If it's,
Could affect our bond rating.
so it can affect our ability to issue debt. And if we do a credit review, they like to see up-to-date financials, which is why it is expected.
But
by
like
Labor
Nick
Day.
said, there are multiple communities that are being affected by this firm.
Yes.
Yeah, it was, when we talked about this in the most recent meeting with our credit ratings, and it was, do you have this firm? Yes. Okay. When do you anticipate it, knowing that that's who you're working with? So it's not something we want to repeat by any stretch, but it is generally known that we are not the only, it's not for a lack of us providing information or
Right.
effort. It's, they have been significantly delayed in delivering across their portfolio.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And in the rec revolving fund, CLA recommended updating cost allocation practices, which is just making sure that the benefits of the employees are charged to the rec revolving fund to the extent they exist. To review and modify the chart of accounts, basically to add more detail to their reporting in the accounting system, and to provide them some additional training on how to use the accounting system to operate their department. Okay. And the next slide is our kind of responses that I built and reviewed with Nick. Obviously, we want to address their findings and incorporate them into how we're going to change our policies and procedures going forward. So on the water and sewer side, we did implement more conservative consumption estimates beginning in FY '25, and that has helped us rebuild our retained earnings balances over time. We've seen that. I just spoke about that in my prior presentation. Reconciliation of consumption is provided when we do the water and sewer rates. It was this year. It'll be broken out by tier going forward so that it's more granular and we can analyze that more as a group. The rate recommendations will always be built to yield, sufficient revenues to comply with the retained earnings policy to the extent we can predict that. And the rate structure will be studied during FY27. So again, Mary Ellen, to your point earlier about looking at the tiers, that's something we did in, I think that tiers were adopted in 2023. I was part of that group that did that. So we would look to do that again this year. And probably every 3 years thereafter, just for good measure. On the procurement side, that'll revolve a lot around training, so circulating the purchasing policy with to all the department heads and directors, and getting a written acknowledgement of receipt of that policy, and providing professional development opportunity during fiscal 27 for department heads, directors, and staff that are involved in the procurement process for their departments, to make sure everyone has at least a general understanding of the rules that apply. I think we have a lot of turnover and a lot of new people, and that's due, to make sure we're all on a level playing field.
Does the state aid in any of that training?
Yeah, they have both
Does
the
have-
certification, but you can do more introductory level training.
Yeah.
OAG offers it.
It's complimentary?
The MCPPO is not complimentary, but there are
Okay,
individual trainings that they can take.
There's free webinars
Right.
that would cover like the general
okay, great.
law. And in the rec revolving fund, we will be charging benefits of the employees to the fund starting in 27. That's about $3,500 based on last year. And the chart of accounts will be expanded in 28. We want to add detail to their budget reports, basically, that helps them operate, but doesn't also hinder them, right? It's a small department, so if I add all these accounts, it may be more burden than it is useful to them. So I'll work closely with the rec director on that. And since this report was done, we have provided training to the rec department on how to use the accounting system, and our new assistant town accountant has been really integral in that, and she's been spending a lot of time with them. So I'm seeing, some positive turns there. So those are kind of our responses to the findings here. Happy to take any questions. Again, we intended to have CLA here on the 18th. They weren't able to make this meeting. We could certainly have them come to another meeting as well if it seems useful.
Clearly, there were a lot of financial and operational recommendations that they went through here.
Yep.
My biggest reaction was going through the daily operations of some of in their memo, the 22% increase in rec department enrollment for programs in 1 year was really jaw-dropping to me. That's like really impressive.
Absolutely.
Went from 3,100 participants in 2024 to almost 3,900 in 2025.
Yeah.
So,
Huge growth.
yeah, very impressive.
Kudos to recreation.
That's all I got, though.
Well, that was for 25, so it'll be interesting to see what 26 has.
Yeah. Yeah, very much so.
Just on a high level, is this, when we do a transitional audit as opposed to a full town audit, is this voluntary on behalf of the town, or is this a,
Yes, we voluntarily,
We-
I
yes,
just want to make sure, yeah.
yes.
Town meeting in 25, was it,
Yeah.
that you all, that it was,
I remember
it was
that
a
going
discussion
back.
where there was an inflection point on the staff side and questions that folks had raised that were reasonable,
Change
that
in
this was a real opportunity to take a look at it and understand how things have been moving in each direction. And rec with, having Danielle created the program and worked on it for a long time, it was a chance for us to say, are there things that we can do differently or better so that we put our new staff in a position to be just as successful growing it as Danielle had been building it originally.
And do you feel that it was, what we got out of this, from your standpoint as manager of the,
Yeah,
at large, right? Was this
it's useful.
very useful? Okay, good.
Was it worth it, is what he's
Was
saying.
it valuable?
Your return on investment.
What did we spend,
There was a-
8,000, 10,000, something in that neighborhood?
There was more than that appropriated and spent.
50,000.
30, I believe was the number, right?
Appropriated? Did we spend that, though? Did it
We're-
actually
We're
cost?
very close to it if we're not there yet.
Just as a wrap-up to draw some conclusions to the process, this was a you feel
Yes.
that this was worthy and.
I also think that some of the questions that folks had rightly been asking, that they felt like this was a way to get answers. It provides information to explain the direction of retained revenue and why, and it identifies areas, as I was talking about with the rail trail, and I've said this going back to last October, we are not without fault. We can always do a better job at what we're trying to deliver services, so this is a great way to identify it outside in a very discrete area, while also answering questions that the community and town meeting members raised very directly. So I do think it was worth it.
20, if you look at page 2, in 2025, we had 0 retained earnings, and that was one flag that went up for a couple of citizens that have history at DOR. And then also having a new town administrator come in, you might as well, this is the best time
Yeah.
to turn around and do, just to do a little bit of check on our homework. So it makes it a little bit easier for the new town administrator to know what's going on and make some changes. But, so, for example, in the 2025, that was I don't want to say clerical error, it was just a timing error on how we accounted for the retained earnings, and then that's why it had 0, and then it gets moved over to the next year, so.
I think it draws a line in the sand too, Wayne. So when we think about like, as new personnel comes in and everything, we could say like, okay, well, we did a check, right? And so like, we're able to say like, go forward, there's some reasonable things that we're gonna change, but also like, there's some things that are working and we can think about betterment, but helps focus new personnel on sort of the direction.
The one concern that I do have is the fact that we'll have to see what the 25 audit says. If the 25 audit says that there are no issues in procurement, and yet this audit is saying that there's a couple, I don't want to make it sound like it's something nefarious. It's not. It's just, procedural. The fact that if the normal audit doesn't pick anything up, because I know that our past audits didn't have anything that was in there for procurement, except for maybe one about 5 years ago, just asking for purchase orders and improving purchase orders. But I am concerned about that with our regular audit.
And if I can make go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, couldn't a distinction be the sample taken, right? So the pulling of the sample, I don't know how big the sample sizes, that obviously matters, because then the data is different, but if they're not reviewing the same sample, they're not pulling the same data points for procurement, then the data points they pull could have had all the requisite requirements versus the transitional audit, or vice versa. But I agree with you, we should look into that.
And I want to make a distinction too, between the two engagements, right? Because this is what in the accounting world they call an applied procedures engagement. So they're looking at how we are applying the procedures we have in place and what the results are of that. The annual audit we do is
Right.
preparation of financial statements and auditing our reporting to make sure there's no material misstatement in our financials. So
Different.
they're not,
Okay.
yes, they're looking at our books in their entirety, but to your point, they may not be sampling procurement in the same manner that something like this does.
They're more back checking to say you did what you did, right? Not looking necessarily at the processes, procedures, auditing to the point like what we just had done. Am I understanding that?
Yeah, these are different types of engagements. I just want to make that distinction.
That's helpful.
Good point.
All right, thank you, Patrick.
Patrick?
You're welcome.
Moving on to our officers, thank you very much
Thanks for your patience.
for being patient. Now you
Which one
guys
do you
know a
guys
lot
want
about
to
the
do first?
budget.
Do you want to do yours first, right? Okay.
Okay. Would you like the TV tray, or you want to stand?
Oh, I don't mind standing. It's
Okay.
probably easier. Let me kind of point at this. With you.
I just need to get to it, I'm sorry.
Okay. What are we starting with, elementary school
No,
circulation?
we're going to start with the
Oh, we're
comprehensive
talking about
parking review.
Parking
Or
proposals, okay,
reform.
so that's,
Yeah. So while she's getting the slideshow together, thank you guys for having us here, and thank you for looking into this issue. It's definitely overdue for us to take a look at the town and our parking. It's a hodgepodge of different restrictions and regulations, and this is long overdue.
Is it? No?
yep.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
it. That's the second.
I didn't put this together. I don't know if we missed
This
a
was the
page.
front.
Okay. I'll work with it and talk to it either way. As we all know, we live in Swampscott. It's a long-established, densely populated town. The road and parking network predates the automobile. We have narrow roads, curved streets, restricted sightlines. And most difficult, we have this close integration of commercial, government, and residences that causes competing interest in how we use the parking that we do have available. So one of the things that we've identified is confusion with the resident-only versus recreation versus time parking restrictions across town. The discretionary time that the police department has right now to conduct the routine enforcement of these rules. And this patchwork of limited parking sticker eligibility leading to unclear boundaries, whether it's just good for the street, and the fact that some people that generally need the ability to park in their neighborhood, such as at the Westcott, sorry about that, are currently unable to access the service of the resident parking. Enforcement inefficiencies right now would be focused on time parking is very difficult for us. It requires 2 patrols, one to drive down the street, record all the plates and the locations that they're parked, and then return 2 hours later or whatever the time restriction later is, move back down the street, check the cars that are still there, buy the list, and issue tickets at that point. What happens is if we are somehow tied up and we are unable to return for that second run, the first run has provided no fruitful productivity to the town or the residents or the business owners. And secondly, people will see us moving down the street, especially on Humphrey Street, collecting those plates. Generally, they're employees or business owners. They see us do that, they go out, they move their car a couple of spaces, and that effectively means they haven't been parked in that same space for 2 hours, and we come back and it's only moved 10 feet. The business owners are frustrated, the residents are frustrated, but we're unable to address it at that moment. So that has definitely led to inconsistent enforcement and frustration with our residents. If you wouldn't mind advancing it. Can I do it? So as we said, limited sticker eligibility unjustly excludes close proximity neighbors on unposted streets with legitimate parking needs. The Westcott would be the highlight of that. Unclear validity and boundaries. What we're talking about there is, again, every sign in town says resident sticker parking only. It doesn't say resident sticker parking for this street or where it's excluded, and it creates quite a bit of confusion. And as we just discussed, our enforcement capacity, maybe we could skip ahead. So the first thing that we're looking at here and our first recommendation in this is to reestablish a traffic committee so that we have the ability to sort of address things proactively and bring resolution. Our recommendation is to streamline it down from the board that we had before to make it more productive, including the police department to assess sight lines, road safety, and other factors like that. The fire department for emergency access, public works for street signs, marking, and budgeting, and then community development so that the residents and the business owners are having their voices heard. Am I messing this up?
No, it's a touch screen, so if you touch it, then.
No, just tell me, I'll go to the next slide.
Okay, please advance, sir. All right. Now, we did present 2 different proposals. Swampscott's geographically small, and really, in most cities, it would probably be 1 parking zone. We do have competing interest here, so
I'm sorry, could we just go back 1 slide? I just want
Of
to,
course.
I have a clarification question about the traffic committee.
yes.
So you're saying that it would be 4 members from each of these departments and no members from the residents? Or it's going to be 4 residents plus members from each of these departments?
My recommendation, just based on past experience with the difficulty bringing in residents
Right.
and stuff, it would be to eliminate that component. We'll hear the residents, we'll have the complaints, we'll have open meetings, but to streamline the traffic committee to these groups that I think will cover all the residents and business
member
owners'
from each
concerns.
An employee staffed.
Yes.
committee.
Okay,
It would
and
be
there's,
public.
just to clarify, there's no union issue with us having a police officer and a firefighter on? Okay.
No, we've done that in the past. on
Okay, just want
boards
to
and
make sure.
stuff. Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So this was one of the more challenging aspects. As I said, Swampscott geographically could easily be one resident parking zone in most places, but here we have 3 competing interests that we've identified, and we're presenting a 3-zone proposal. So what you see here are what those zones would look like. What we did was we started off with the school district here, the school area, and tried to outline what that area was. We've made recent commitments to the residents of those neighborhoods about trying to control parking, and geographically, that was an easy one to isolate and say, this is an area that's walking distance to the schools. From there, we worked on the beach side, basically with the logic that if you live along a beach, you're probably not going to drive to another beach to go to, and therefore there's likely to be little crossover in this blue zone. And then the rest of the town became the green zone, which would include high school parking, the depot, the government area, the library, and the post office would be the primary places affected by that green zone. So that was the logic that led us to outline these boundaries. And we do have a list of the streets that would be affected after that. So what this would do, just to real quickly, it'd probably be on the next slide. We would be able to drive down the street, see the color of the sticker, and immediately know if there's a violation. And once we've changed the signs, the person that parked will clearly know that they were in violation. Right now, what happens is it goes street by street, and the stickers do not indicate what street that person lives on. So to do enforcement, say on Pine Street, we'll have to drive down the street, stop at each car, run the registration, see if it's a resident, and if it's not, then issue the ticket. So it probably increases the time that it takes to to process each ticket, 4 or 5-fold.
So essentially, like if you live in the green zone and you have a green ticket on your car,
Yep.
when you're driving by, you know you're meant to park there.
Yep.
And when you're in a different zone, you see a green sticker and you say, well, they're not meant to park there. They don't have a rec sticker. They have a green sticker, not a blue sticker.
Absolutely.
You know you can ticket them.
So the residents will absolutely know where they can and
Signages will
can't
be
park.
related to the color of the sticker to help people identify, okay, I'm now in a green area.
Yes.
So they'll be, okay.
And if I can, one thing that we didn't say, the idea is that this is a presentation to you all. We would allow, we're not asking you to make a decision tonight. We're looking for any feedback tonight, but before any changes would make, we would come back with another meeting.
Sure.
Where the public can have seen this and be able to weigh in
React
on
to
any
it.
thoughts. Yeah.
Yep.
This is absolutely a starting point, and if we do go with the parking committee, the traffic committee, I would highly recommend that this be something that sits in front of them right away, and we get that diverse group of views as to how this should go ahead.
I just have a quick question. You've mentioned Westcott a couple times. My understanding is the Westcott was a transit-focused facility where people were going to be, the whole reason the Westcott was built was because it was right near the train, and people were going to be using the train, and there wasn't really a need of parking. Now what I'm looking at is, what do they have, 140 units over there?
Right about there, 150 something.
118, so 118 units, and that,
It was
And-
built through a 40B process, so it was really just built strictly for our affordable housing, to meet the affordable housing requirement that we have from the state.
from the state, right.
But the transit.
So the transit
That
piece-
area is
No.
often looked at as a transit zone, but that development was not built as a transit-oriented development.
Right. However, when it was presented in front of the ZBA, there was a huge focus on the fact that, why this is so good is because it's right near the train, and there's gonna be, a minimal amount of, extra stress on parking, et cetera. Right.
And no doubt that was part of their narrative.
So I just wanna bring up, like, what does this do to, when we have a development, what does a development with over 100 units do to local streets?
There would no doubt be an impact, and it no doubt would not be exactly as the things were discussed as the Westcott was being planned and developed. Right now, we rely on the fact that the address is on Essex Street, and we don't issue resident stickers to people that don't live on a street that has a resident restriction. But clearly, the neighborhood, and there is a need there, and we're just trying to meet that need.
How will you plan on distinguishing between the resident versus the recreation.
It's a different sticker.
Different sticker.
For the sticker.
Right, it's a totally different.
Color.
It is a different sticker. The recreation sticker has been used in the past to not only handle things like certain beach parking, but we've also used it as a default to give people a way to park in certain areas like the train station. So it's gotten an expanded use, and we're going to propose later on that we stop using the recreation sticker that way, and we view either resident parking time or some sort of paid parking option in those spots.
And would you have a separate zone for commuter parking?
That would just fall into this general green zone here.
Right now, it's resident around that area or it's in the lot.
Isn't there rec parking over there?
There's rec
as well?
parking over there.
On one, on,
Yeah, that's, like I
Columbia.
said, so we use the rec
So
parking
you're saying-
sticker for different reasons, and one of them is there's a whole stretch along Columbia on the train station side where we allow rec sticker parking right now. Later in the proposal, we're gonna get to the idea that maybe that should be timed or paid parking.
So that at least, well, okay, so I have an issue with that. In that I want to be able to protect that mostly for Swampscott residents if possible. As
Yep.
opposed if you had time or paid parking, you would then allow it to open to the entire North Shore community who may want to come to Swampscott Station. And whereas they could be normally parking in the MBTA lot. I guess there's some complexity to that. But my original question for asking you that was about commuter parking, was that if it's only allocated into, let's say, the green zone, I think that's.
yeah.
Yes, it
Is
is.
right?
Yep.
Only residents in said zone can get said sticker, correct?
This is correct, yes.
Okay, whereas if you had a commuter zone specifically, it should be available to all Swampscott residents? Would that be a potential fourth?
No, I think if you're suggesting that, it would be a signage, and this is something that we would have to really think about more deeply, but it would be a signage thing that this is a commuter spot, because right now, a resident on Pine Street that has resident-only parking and a resident sticker could be very negatively impacted by that area now becoming
Commuter.
any resident of Swampscott to protect it for citizens, residents, as you said. Something that's resident-only right now for them is now becoming commuter for the full community. So it's just it's a question to ask. The idea that you're talking about on protecting Columbia and not letting it become something, if we're going to say rec sticker doesn't get you, it would just be, any Swampscott, it would be a signage question that any Swampscott resident.
zones.
Sticker, all zone, yeah, all zone parking.
Yeah,
All
there you
zones
go.
are-
Swampscott all zone parking. And that's the type of thing that the group that
Good idea.
Captain Cable and this group of professional staff would come back to you saying, we heard your concern, here are a couple options that we think. But certainly you could continue to provide that feedback as we move closer to any implementation at all.
Yeah. And I think what I might ask the board is not to, this is the multi-zoned distinction. Let's not go too deep into which
Yeah.
roads are on which list, because this is just a suggestion. We can come back and talk about it more broadly, because I think we could probably spend all night determining why the lines are where they are, and we'll go down a rabbit hole that's unnecessary. Let's think about it as a broad concept of, is 3 zones the right amount of zones? Do we want a commuter zone? Is there something more of these broad ideas rather than coming so far
We
into
can
the
push the
details?
string later on what's where.
Yep, that's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
yep. Okay,
Yeah, absolutely. I'd just like to present, this is absolutely a starting point.
yep,
Yeah.
got it.
No question. So if we could just jump ahead to the next slide. We can skip ahead a couple. They
Yeah.
included the list of individual streets, which is there for all of you to reference, that we would be.
I will say on the sidebar, not specific to each seat, it says, the idea is, the suggestion is stickers must be renewed annually. A nominal fee covers administration costs, sticker production, and sign maintenance. I think we should talk about that. Because if every single resident is required to have a sticker, I want to know how much it's costing before I'm going to agree to a fee. What does the fee look like? Is it a couple bucks, or are we talking about every year it's going to cost them? Like we do charge for rec, can we?
It's not every resident, right? It's just these
Right.
3 zones.
Yep. No, so the whole town is going to be in a zone.
No, I don't think so.
Is that not right?
Sorry, speak again?
Every
no,
single
town
town
is
is
a
gonna,
zone,
is in a
right?
zone? No.
So
But-
people in those particular zones would be eligible for that particular color.
Right, but there is
we're
not-
not restricting every street in town. So
Right.
there's plenty of streets where there'll be open parking.
Not
Like
listed.
mine.
Yeah, that's all the more reason not to charge, because if I live on a street today that is green now all of a
Exactly.
sudden.
It's fair feedback,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah, so
Yeah.
just thinking about it.
There's some streets not listed, too.
Yeah,
on-
right.
That's exactly what
Because
he just
not every
pointed out.
street is
Not
in
every
zone.
street.
Yes.
I assumed every resident was in
No.
a zone, which is
I
not
did
true.
too, right, based upon the map, and looking at the streets, not to get
Every
into the
resident
detail.
is.
Every resident will
not
be
every
eligible for a
street.
sticker
Right.
of their zone, even if you live on a street that's not particularly restricted.
Right.
Got it, because
But-
not everything is
Okay.
resident only.
Correct.
Yes,
So
but
you've
we
only
haven't
given
felt the
us
need to restrict every
colored
street.
Streets that are resident
I
only
see.
right
Yes.
now.
Yes.
I see.
All
Okay.
the sort of grade streets, the normal
Non-highlighted,
streets,
yeah.
they live in a zone and they can get the appropriate sticker to park on those streets.
Yes.
Got it. So every resident has eligibility to be in a zone, yes. Got it, thank you.
Absolutely.
As a starting point.
As a-
We're
yeah,
happy
yeah,
to
yeah,
take
correct,
feedback.
Correct.
I'm gonna need real clarity on what the problem really is. Like, it just seemed, like,
What the problem is where?
what is the problem? Like, we're looking at getting stickers out for everybody and rezoning the town. What is the actual problem? Is the problem that, like, we're not able to write parking stickers because when you drive by, you have to see a color in order to drive by? I'm like, why are we going through this whole thing here? What is the actual problem
What the problem we
that
try
we're
to solve?
solving? Yeah, what is the problem we're trying to solve?
People parking in the parts of town they're eligible to park in.
Mm-hmm.
Not taking up spots for people who live in those neighborhoods who want to park in them.
Right.
And
Business district.
giving the ability for the police to manage that in a way that is,
So this is more focused on better police management? Is that what we would say here?
That's, no, that's absolutely a function of what will happen. We will be able to better manage this because there'll be a defined area and a visual cue. You won't have to stop, see the same sticker, and run the plate. The problem, as I understand it, that we're solving is the townwide, how do we use our resources, who's eligible to park near the beach?
Right.
What's the balance between the residents being able to park in front of their own house or not? I mean, as I said, I think Swampscott could be really conducive to a one zone. Let's just, it could be just residents and park anywhere. Or it could be broken up like this because people don't want to have these small handful of streets totally clogged and unable to park in front of their house on Phillips Beach or at the train station.
So
Or
Ruben was in, I think, a month ago roughly at this point, maybe 6 weeks. And the idea, we discussed that we were going to come back with a way to manage enforcement of parking.
right,
This is the attempt at that. And so if we do it piecemeal and say we need to just have paid parking on Humphrey, it will immediately be
Impact
forced up
other
into the
neighborhoods.
neighborhoods. So people, that is one concern. When we talk about enforcement now, which you have all highlighted as a real priority, that you want the police force to have clear direction, that parking enforcement, not just primarily on Humphrey, but not only on Humphrey, is vitally important. Right now, someone with a resident sticker that takes the train in, that lives on the other side of town, that's on a restricted street, can park on Pine. We have no direction that's given to the police department, nor to the resident, as to whether or not they're within a reasonable distance, which is the idea that we then ask the police to enforce.
Well,
So that requires them to go down the street and see, okay, this car does have a sticker.
Yeah.
I still need to run the plate because I don't know whether or not they live here. I don't know whether or not they live within a reasonable distance. I don't know if they're a
what
street
is a
away.
reasonable distance?
What is a reasonable distance is a basic question, but on top of all that, it also lends itself to citizen-directed enforcement.
Right.
That's like, I don't know that car out front. A call goes into the police department, the police go, that is not the way we should be operating. We're not giving them the tools they need to have clarity in their enforcement, and we're not being clear with the residents that you've gone 300 yards, at 250 is when you're gonna get yourself a ticket, or you've gone 3 streets and you can only go 2 streets over, and now you're gonna get, we need to be able to define for residents and police what the enforcement is, and this is a direct result of the idea that you all want us to come up with a way that gives them the tools to do the enforcement.
I mean, ask any resident on Blaney why this is because like as
That's right.
parking gets filled up, residents will park on Blaney.
Right.
It says residents only, like I live on Banks Terrace, am I a resident on Blaney? No, am I close enough? I don't know, maybe.
Sure.
I still wanna go to all these great businesses, and so I park, and then a true resident of Blaney
Can't park.
can't park.
So wouldn't it be, the definition of resident is X? So couldn't we just change the definition of couldn't we just be clear on what the definition of resident is? And then, as a police go by and they run the plate, how long does it actually take to run a plate?
So you pull over, you run the plate, depends on the speed of the computer, probably a minute or two.
Minute. Run the plate, 2 minutes, and that is not a Blaney Street car. Wouldn't that take
I would
care
say,
of it?
though, that it just, respectfully, that's 2 minutes. If you drive down Pine Street, there's probably 40 cars. So 1 minute to 2 minute per
Hour and
car.
20 minutes.
40
does
cars
tend-
on Pine Street? Or-
That may be an exaggeration,
Yeah.
but the point is it adds up really fast. It sounds small when you say a minute or two to run the plate, get the information and go out.
You're doing that
But when you're
10,
trying to
20,
enforce
30
parking
times.
on a street or a neighborhood,
I get the point.
it turns what might be 15 minutes work into.
It's not the highest and best use time of police force.
Parking enforcement is not the priority that we ask
No.
if there's a call for literally
Correct.
anything else.
Right.
Have we considered a meter maid, or?
Yeah, we're exploring that, and we've had initial discussions with what that could look like,
Right.
both with leadership and the union. So yes, that, to me, that's also an integral part of, if we're going to talk about paid parking in the Humphrey corridor, we need to know that there is a way to staff that so that it is one person or that are going up and down,
Right.
whether it's 2 hours or less or more,
Right.
someone that can focus on that and does not get called away to a citizen in distress
That was
or a
my
car
suggestion.
accident
Right.
or something happening
course.
somewhere else in town. And the idea with that would be that a shift is like there's enforcement at the train, there's enforcement on Humphrey, there's enforcement in Vinnon, because these are high enforcement areas that everyone has
Traffic
agreed are
area.
priorities, high traffic.
Yep.
That we want to make sure that they're focused on, that there's turnover on Humphrey to support the businesses, that there's only the right people with the right permitting parked, the right permitting, not the right people, the right permitting parked at the train. And in the same, in the Vinnon, it's not, I think we talked about DoorDash, Uber driver,
Yeah.
Uber Eats,
Parking in the fire
parking
lane.
fire and running in. If we know that we have someone that can circulate and do those things and give the police the time they need to be responding to actual calls that we prioritize for them and they would prioritize, that's the idea. And we have had initial discussions. I think all three of these things go together if we're talking about instituting any sort of metered parking
Right.
in
I
any
think
area.
it's gotta be a multi-prong approach, because as soon as you change one thing, it will bleed into,
Yeah.
the problem will bleed somewhere else. It doesn't solve the problem.
Water finds its level.
Yep.
So there was sorry.
So my question, while you're on this slide and the next slide, some of these streets I know that are highlighted are currently no parking streets. So what's the reasoning for some of those to go from no parking to resident only?
So not all those streets are no parking in the entirety of the street. I actually had a report that I submitted with this, and basically what that's indicating is any place that it wasn't restricted as no parking or in another way would become resident.
Okay, so if it's already no parking, we're not suggesting changing it to away from
No,
no parking?
absolutely not. But if
Okay,
there was any
got it.
unregulated spaces, they'd become resident.
Understood. Okay, thanks for
And I
clarifying.
just, going back to what you asked about the alternatives of enforcement, this kind of structure is what would at least lay the groundwork for you to begin to explore that. Right now, you couldn't bring in a parking meter maid that could run plates to see if the people live there. Like under this structure,
Right.
they would, I guess, have to knock on every door and ask if it was their car. So some of these changes are what will lay the groundwork to at least explore the idea that someone besides a police officer could actually do this.
So how does, in your initial supposition, in the beginning of the presentation, you talked about if it's timed parking
Yes, sir.
related, that you have to go by, it's the inefficient, right? Someone moves the car, totally understand. How does any of the signage help with the timed parking? I mean, unless you're presenting a different solution for
Yes,
that.
yes,
I
we're
just
going to
wanna
talk
make
about,
sure.
that's where we'll talk about the options of paid parking.
Okay.
I think we can skip a couple slides till we get to.
There we go.
Paid?
The next one. Sean.
Speaking to the mic.
Yeah, yes, sir. So what we focused on here, ignore this map, I think that's an AI-generated thing that doesn't quite fit. But we talk about establishing some paid parking zones, focusing on Humphrey Street from the Lynn Line to Shelton Road. That would be obviously something that we discuss with the board and with the traffic committee to decide where that should actually be delineated. But certainly, we focused on the idea of Monument Ave to the Fish House. We counted up 195 spaces in that area. They're all heavily utilized right now. We projected that even at a very modest cost of 50 cents per hour, and even if that reduced utilization, because right now that area, although it's a hot spot, is not an area that people park and go someplace else, right? So almost all the cars that are shuffling around in there are residents, but mostly, one of the big problems is employees of the same stores that want their
Yeah.
customers to be able to park there. So the paid parking will, I think, free up some of those spaces, and even if it reduce the usage a bit, if we get to 50% usage just in the summer months, and charge 50 cents an hour just for 10 hours, say from 7 to 5, we projected that that would be about $180,000, which would allow to pay for a parking enforcement program, allow to pay for signage, allow to pay for road markings. Right now, those are all problems that we have. You know, we struggle like every community around here does with those sorts of things, and people can look, where is a parking space? In a lot of places, it's so faded, you can't tell. This would allow us as a town to maintain that, open it up for our businesses and our customers. So I know there's been some resistance to that, but that's why we did include this paid option.
Also, in some like backwards way, paid parking, like at least through the apps, I would guess that it would create less ticketing sometimes because the app is prompting you, your time is running out, so like you're gonna go back to your car and move it hopefully, or you're more aware of it.
Yep.
It's more actively happening.
And jumping back to Mr. Spritz's question, this is where this would improve police enforcement, because now it would be simply drive down, look for, if it's one of the kiosks, you know, it's just look at the time on a ticket and write a ticket and move on. And if it was a paid parking app, we'd get some sort of readout that would just tell us who's in violation.
Yep.
So it would tremendously improve the ability of us to conduct effective enforcement.
Okay.
So, let's see, what do we got here? This is Humphrey Street, as we just talked about, commuter rail depot. We talked about changing some of those with the understanding that certainly that would open it up to out of town unless we also included resident-only parking signs there, and it would just be, as the administrator said, a matter of the language, not resident parking only with one of the color things. It could just be, you know, Swampscott residents only. It would allow us to patrol our beaches, or have somebody patrol the beaches and make sure that we're taking care of those areas which are a constant problem, in particular our school access areas, and as I said, allow us to maintain our signs and painting. I think we can skip ahead.
This is the last one. This is it.
So we've got some repeated stuff here about the reclaiming patrol time, responsive administration, and fiscal self-sufficiency. It's all stuff we've talked about, but these are the things that we would be recommending at some point the select board take action on, which is the parking committee. That's really important, and then the other proposals that we put up there.
So I think, thank you very much, appreciate that. And I think maybe what we could action today is sort of a conversation of just the traffic committee. And then if we support a traffic committee, the first conversation of that traffic committee should be these proposals, right? And they could have some community meetings. We could participate in that conversation in a future meeting also. To sort of just break down, I think, next steps. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think we did not have on here that you would be voting on it.
Okay,
So I think
take a straw
ideally,
poll?
you certainly can. I think ideally it would be that we would, at the next meeting, put it on as an actual vote to establish that.
Okay.
So that you have an opportunity of public comment at the next meeting for someone to weigh in if they have particular issues or concerns.
Just does anybody right now in discussion and not voting feel like there's an issue with the traffic, establishing a employed being traffic committee, not a
Yeah,
volunteer?
I'm not comfortable with an employee-only traffic committee. It just doesn't sit right to me. And typically, when we talk about committees, it is something that is community resident representative. When we talk about a all-employee organization, within the organization, there's, I'm still digesting this. I'm kind of trying to think this through, but something about it just doesn't sit comfortably with me without having some additional board-appointed liaison.
Are we expecting this traffic committee to do policymaking or operational?
We would make recommendations to the board.
That would come to the select board for policy approval.
It's already happening, right? That's exactly what you guys are doing right now. You're meeting together, you're coming up with ideas that then come to us, right? I mean, essentially, police, fire, Gino, Marzi, you're all having these conversations already. We're just formalizing it.
Right.
And putting it in public with a public meeting type of
Yeah, I'm putting,
protocol.
and actually, we're making it more transparent because it's
Right.
happening right now during work hours behind closed doors, and you're saying, we'll
Absolutely.
bring these
happening.
You're giving
conversations.
people, you'll give
Just
people the
to
ability to
rephrase
come
it,
before you.
it's not happening
Absolutely,
behind
yes.
closed doors,
No, I
it's
didn't-
what we do,
Yes. I
Right,
didn't
it's your
mean
job.
it. Yes, sorry.
our job.
Yeah.
I didn't
I just
mean,
wanna
like,
be
it's
clear.
Nefarious
You guys
or
are
it's
sneaking
happening,
into that conference
sneaking
room?
around in the conference room, but I mean.
And ideally,
it's
in
part
this
of your
case,
job happening right
we
now.
would be posting what we anticipate talking about. And if items are highlighted here, that would be an alternative to come and speak
Yes.
to us about it in a public setting.
Right.
And we would ultimately always come back to you all with any recommendation for any change.
To help mold the
Right.
And
policy.
the history behind that idea, just to be clear, and it is not unique to Swampscott, these traffic advisory or traffic safety and advisory committees generally start with a bang and then
Is allowed.
Can't even get a quorum.
that you can't get.
Right.
And for a million different reasons, whether it's timing of the day, a lack of interest once the issue of concern is passed.
Correct.
You know, so the
exactly
idea,
what
the
happened
idea
with
is to
us.
formalize something that people can participate in before we come to you all with the final recommendations. That's all we're seeking to do.
So the only reason it highlighted to me was there is a line here on the second, third, whichever page it is, operational mandates for new traffic committee, last line, equipped with decision-making authority to execute safety and signage improvements swiftly and efficiently. So there is
We
some.
don't make any changes to signage or even and this is feedback that we need because this is the initial idea. But right now, we don't make like changes to signage. If someone says to Gino, I want you to change this street to X or Y, he says, I can't. We have to go before the select board. That won't change. We can strike that line. I'm describing exactly how we would like it to work, and we can absolutely be back to you for a vote with something that highlights all the specifics for this and any other concerns that are raised, and how we would anticipate the blocking and tackling of that public meeting. But this would be a meeting that we're saying, it's posted, come through this open door and sit with us while we talk about these things that we will ultimately be coming to the select board with.
This is also a traffic committee, so parking is one component of that.
Right.
Speeding, speed bumps, speed signs, radar signs. I mean, that's what I met with
Which
the
are
traffic
totally
committee
not
once
correct.
about
Right.
that, and that was very helpful.
And-
So thank you, Mary Ellen, for putting me in touch with the traffic committee 6 years ago. Of course. I don't want to have any involvement in where speed bumps are put. I think that's why the police officers are in charge of that, and I'm happy to have no involvement in that.
It really,
talked
it's
about
we're
that.
Wanna
leaving it
leave
to
it
the
that way.
experts, and that's.
Talked about
what
that
I
when
would
Ruben
prefer.
was here a few
Yes.
weeks ago. I don't remember if Gino was involved. Even a request for a
Gino,
speed bump, we don't want to just say yes, no, because we don't think it's the right thing. We want to say, we'll put out the mobile speed board, and we will come back to you all with the final recommendation, either saying this was requested, here's information on why we said no, or it was requested, and it's not one car that's speeding down
Right.
Stetson because he or she is going to work, and it just happens to be the same time the resident sees it. Instead, it's like everyone's speeding. We need to figure out what we can do. What are the ways to do it? Here are our recommendations. Do you guys want us to move forward?
So to Ted's point, I think the question is who retains the authority to make those decisions? And to me, that's my input.
Select board does maintain the authority.
Just want to make sure that we're not,
Yeah, seating any of that, I hear.
yeah,
I
seceding.
think just
seceding
take out
any
that
of
last line.
Strike it, right?
But for things like, I view safety and signage, to me, reads like speed bumps and
It is.
radar signs and stuff that I have no interest in coming before this board, because it's not our duty. That's what
Agree.
we compensate the police department and Gino to
We are not the
effectively
experts
manage.
on everything just because we're sitting here, right? Nor are half of the committees in town because people volunteer for them.
But
So,
policy decisions are different.
you know, I 9 times out of 10, we're going to defer to what the experts are bringing to us as a recommendation.
Yeah,
So-
my
why we
previous
hired you.
experience, and I think when we were discussing this plan and putting it together, what we would have envisioned is certainly any policy changes. We want to make this road a one-way, or we want to install, put handicap parking. That would come to the board as it always had. But as you said, things like where we're going to place our speed boards, I think talking about some of the signage in there, that would probably be envisioned to be handled at the committee level.
Yeah.
And we did create a form to where the public would be able to put submissions in, whether it's parking related, traffic related signs, they would be able to
For the committee to take up.
So there is a community online form right now, outside, oh, it's not live, but outside of See It, Click It, Fix It? We still have See It, Click, Fix. That's where I send everybody.
Right.
Yep. Yep. And we use it for everything. There's like water coming down our street from an unknown place. We see it, click it, fix it. Somebody comes and checks it. So like,
Alrighty. Thank you, Joe.
okay,
lot to think
thank
about.
you
Appreciate
very
it.
much.
Thank
We
you very
will,
much.
definitely, this is the first of many conversations about this, so thank you for that.
When and how do you want us
Thank
to
you,
provide
Captain.
specific feedback to you?
Directly to me, we can talk directly to me. And then we'll highlight any changes, certainly the one Wayne suggested would be one of them. And any other feedback we get, we would ideally love to make sure it is posted before you vote, because we want that to be a meeting where people are here to talk about it.
Right.
Comment in advance, or at any public comment between now and then.
Would we be able to hold a public hearing so that there's back and forth, questions answered? This is a big change that affects the whole community, I think. Once,
Are you
the-
talking about a
Public
traffic
hearing on what?
advisory committee or parking?
fair enough. No, when it comes to actually making some of the larger changes that we just went through and talked about,
Around parking.
yes, I
Yeah,
would like
so-
some general community input.
Yeah, I agree. I think the first point is if we think that a traffic committee is the right way to go, we establish that, and then they
Right.
facilitate some of that, Wayne, and then come back to us with some additional recommendations that are supported by community outreach.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking. But if
I would
you
agree
ha-
to that.
If you
Yeah.
have additional commentary right now, and you want to make sure traffic committee, future traffic committee is not proposing things that you are adamantly opposed to right now, please convey that to Nick, so Nick can convey that to them.
Okay.
Generally, conceptually, we can work out details more. This is in line with what I was thinking and hoping. From a 30,000-foot perspective, we can work out details later, but
Yes,
I think
I concur with
I would
that.
like to have something to present to people, and I think this is a good thing to
We're
present.
talking about the
Right.
parking portion, right? Just to be.
All of it.
Yes,
Yes.
the parking
The whole- I'm talking
management.
about the whole
The
thing,
whole
to be honest.
presentation
I
by
support a traffic
Captain
Okay.
Cable.
committee. I don't think
Yes.
a resident needs to be on it
No.
to be effective. I think we need to talk about the details and there needs to be community involvement, but this idea of zoning,
Color coding.
color coding zones for parking is going to be necessary as
Mm-hmm.
the hotel comes online, as Vinning comes online,
Metered
because
parking,
this is
pay
only going
parking,
to
all
become
of
a
it.
bigger issue.
Yeah, the framework is what I like, so I'm just suggesting that we follow this and we can work out specifics as we get feedback and iterate.
Just for a matter of principle, is there a way we can call it something other than the traffic committee? Is there a different word we can
Have a
use?
suggestion.
I'm trying to think of one, but
We'll go to AI and we'll come back. What
Community
community?
safety team.
Community safety team.
Seems a little broad.
I think we're really getting
Everyone's
like,
a critic. All right,
We're going down a rabbit hole
Iron
here.
it out later.
Right.
We'll put a suggestion in box out for next time.
All right. Swampscott
Who's
Elementary
up? Schools is
Thank you.
up. Thank you so much
Yeah.
for joining us.
Thank you, Captain Cable.
Captain Cable, and now off to Officer Reen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
evening.
Hi.
Hi.
Ready? Okay, good.
Ready?
So we are, as we're all aware, we're getting back into school. It's just a short time away. And since the dismissal back in June, Officer Wilson and I have been working together, and we've been speaking with a number of parents, with the school department themselves, and kind of reevaluating the situation in and around the elementary school. Obviously, when it opened, it was very cumbersome. It was new. There was a lot of change. People don't like change. We tried to figure out the best way and how to handle it. And in doing so, I think we did a pretty good job to start. But one of the things that we kept in the back of our minds was things can change, and sometimes things have to change again. So with that, we had some discussions, and we looked at a few things that were pretty important that we wanted to maintain, and that is the efficiency and safety of the children. We know that primarily the drop-off runs very smoothly. We got that to work well. Parents have a pretty good job coming in. Parents do a pretty good job coming in, dropping their kids off. As with any school year, in the beginning, it's a little bit slower. After a week or two, everybody gets the hang and off it goes. The pickup is what's been a little bit more taxing on us. If you wouldn't mind, on the next slide, we can go forward. So, as I said, we're discussing resolve traffic conserve during peak hours, ensuring the safety of the students and families doing drop-off and pickup. Next slide. 3 areas of concern that we're looking at right now: Orchard at Whitman Road, which is the main entrance of the Swampscott Elementary School, Nason Road, and Laurel Road. If we could go to the next slide.
Can I just clarify that you mean the rolling pickup that we're talking about? Are you also going to talk about parking and coming to pick up?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Perfect.
Pickup in general.
Got it.
As a term. So with Orchard and Whitman, one of the things that we've seen is that we have vehicles coming to the school for the rolling pickup. They start to queue up. I think 1:15's generous, but we usually see it around 1 p.m. For a 2:10 release.
Whoa. Oh, yeah.
So
Believe it. If you
that
don't
does.
before then, you're all the way on Laurel before. Yeah.
That does create a bit of a headache. And with traffic, everything flows back out. One of the things that we want to keep a priority and consider it with the people in the neighborhood are the residents of Orchard, Nason, and Laurel. The overflow comes out, it spills down onto Nason, then Nason comes down, and we have a problem. If you could, the next slide. Area 2 with Nason Road, as you can see on the map, we have Virginia Circle, Cedar Road, and then a pretty long stretch before we get to Laurel. That then becomes very well occupied with vehicles. We've received some complaints about the traffic flow that comes in there, in and out of there. We've discussed different variations on how to handle that traffic flow and what we should do with those streets. We don't want to do anything drastic, and we think with our plans coming up that we can mitigate that. If you could go to the next slide. And Laurel Road. This is, as it turns on, as a very short street and creates a problem at the egress of part of the rolling pickup, which is at Forest Road and the church, who's graciously helped us with a number of things. So this particular area does not have the size to handle the amount of volume that we've seen coming and going. So if you could, for the next slide. What we're looking at for recommendations at Orchard is closing the road to Whitman so that we will not get a queue of vehicles going up. We're not going to allow cars to come up and line up in front of the school at 1 p.m. so that the overflow comes through. We're going to work with the parents here and say, you can come at 1:45. Give us the grace period so that we can get the cars in and we can get the cars out. And speaking with the engineers and the traffic committee that was hired outside that looked at this plan and lined everything out, they said this is the most efficient way to get people in and out. What happens is cars line up, we try to queue the vehicles to the kids inside, then send the kids out to the vehicles. Kids are trying to find their vehicles. It becomes a cluster with all of the cars backed up there. We did a good job. We did some troubleshooting. We were able to get the kids and get the process to about a 14-minute dismissal since when the bell goes to getting people out. Now, mind you, you have a car sitting at about 1 p.m. in front of the school. They're not leaving until about 2:24.
At the earliest.
That's a long time. Now, that's in front of the school. Now, mind you, the cars that are waiting and lining up and queuing up on Orchard, on Nason, going all the way back down to Laurel, and we're working on getting these cars out of here and these kids safely while we're trying to anticipate the middle school dismissal coming at 2:20.
It's a nightmare.
Can you just clarify what you think takes 14 minutes?
The getting that traffic line out. So we have got it down. So now the queue line of cars, it takes us about 14 minutes to move those cars
Okay.
So
from Orchard up to Whitman, or excuse me, from Nason onto Orchard, up to Whitman, out of the exit. So we're clearing the line by roughly 2:24 PM. And you have cars waiting since about 1 o'clock PM. So what we're thinking, we get cars to queue up at 1:45, we're still going to get you out at about 2:24 PM. So if we can mitigate the overflow and influx of vehicles coming into this area at about 1 PM in the afternoon, it will preserve the safety of the vehicle, of the community, the pedestrians, the people in and around the area. It won't put such a burden in the vicinity of the school itself.
So right now, for the first couple weeks of school, from 1 o'clock to 1:45, there will be somebody there telling people to move along.
Exactly. We've
Can't line up.
worked with the school department, and you can go move elsewhere. You're not, we're not letting you come up into Whitman Road.
And I assume there'll be something going out on Parent Square or something like that to tell parents that they
Yes.
cannot be out there until 1:45.
Exactly. We've had a meeting with the school department, Principal Sanborn and Vice Principal Horgan. We've also spoke with Mr. Kalishman. They're in agreement, they're understanding, and appreciate the multiple steps that we're looking at here. And this is just one, and we think it will work.
Okay.
We want to.
Can I ask who's going to be standing there telling people?
We're going to have a
Is it gonna be
uniform.
crossing guard or?
We will have a crossing guard. We'll have a uniformed officer. We're also going to be utilizing the fire department. We're also going to be utilizing Officer Wilson and myself.
Great.
And this is going to be in the initial. And again, it's going to take a few days.
We get some of those,
Great.
we used to have those bifolds up when school started. Could we get like no standing until 1:45, so people can see?
Yeah,
So
we've
you don't
had
have to be
that
telling
sign.
every single person? Remember when we first started?
Like sandwich board?
Yeah, you guys had,
Yeah.
we had sandwich boards out.
We did, yeah. They
I,
still came.
I'm sure it's possible. I wouldn't see why not, for sure.
So you have people who line up at 1 o'clock, and the school gets out at what time?
2:10.
Okay, so right now they line up at 1 o'clock,
Uh-huh.
and you're thinking that you're gonna say, hey, don't line up until 1:45, and that individual who's been lining up at 1 o'clock is gonna say, okay.
You're going to block it with those
They're-
cones so they can't.
They're not going to be able to pull up. Obviously,
Are they just gonna go back in, they're gonna be in the
Well,
other
this is what happened.
neighborhoods?
They've chose the path of least resistance, right? Which
Right.
is they've been in line for sometimes 40 minutes when they show up at 2 o'clock because that's when is reasonable for 2:10.
Right.
And now things have gotten better, so we are going to re-educate them and help them understand that this is the change for this year. And it's going to be hard because it was hard last year when we had to figure it out. It was hard the year before. But it's better than having residents sit in their
It's-
car for an hour and have their emissions going into somebody's.
People are blocking
we can't,
driveways.
It's a mess.
the problem is, one of the problems is that gets difficult is the road, if this particular picture right here is actually is a great description of, that's Whitman Road going up. You have cars that queue on the right-hand side of the double yellow line.
Yep.
Yep.
It queues all the way around the corner and down
Oh,
Orchard
yeah.
towards Nason.
All the way.
We have 4 school buses that come
Yeah.
in and around the same time that need to get into the school. The school bus pickup is at a different section. When you have vehicles queued up, the school buses cannot make it through.
No.
They drive down the middle of the
Oh,
road.
it's
So the
awful.
school buses come in
Yeah.
and they get
They complain.
stuck.
Yeah.
And it's not even
So
just,
what
The other side either.
what we have to wait for, we can't go tell the teachers to dismiss these cars early to get these cars out of the
Right.
way. So at 2:10, we have to work extremely efficiently to get as many of those cars out so we can get the school buses in. Then the school buses come in. Then you have to get the kids on the school bus when usually the priority is that the kids with using the school buses
For the first-
go to that side of the school. Those school buses are usually there 2 o'clock, so they're roughly 10 minutes early. 10-minute hits those kids out, that's gone, and then the rest of the cars can come and flow through without any problem. The main flux of the cars that come through are gone within 10 minutes. We have some after flow vehicles that come in to pick up, but it will definitely have an enhancement on the efficiency and the safety.
so is there any, if we do this, what's going to be the ramifications? Couldn't someone just, okay, I'm not going to park on Whitman, but I'll park 400 feet away on Orchard
There's
And start lining
restrictions.
up.
Parking.
There's
Oh,
restrictions.
There is restrictions, okay.
Live parking.
So we've also,
Oh, okay.
there are a number of other streets outside of this school zone
Yep.
that have no restricted parking whatsoever,
Right.
that are much wider, twice the width of Orchard, Nason, and Laurel, that people can park on, that can handle all of this volume. We're going to express that and detail that specifically for this. And utilizing our crossing guards, the RFB beacons that we just put in, all the new painted lines that we just have put out there,
Yeah, okay.
there really is no difference in walking from the middle school side of Nason Road to the elementary school as it would be walking from Palmer Ave, Ocean Ave, Chapman Ave, Phillips Ave, Atlanta Crossing. It's the exact same distance. The streets are so much safer. We have 3 crossing guards within the vicinity with marked lanes for this particular reason that hardly get used. Let's utilize that. Eliminate the vehicle problems. It's much more safe for the kids and much more efficient. We'll be able to expel all of the buses for after-school programs, school pickups. Any other extracurriculars that are happening at the school are going to be much more accessible for the people that actually need to get there. With the front of the road, we do understand that there's going to be early pickup. I have to get my son or daughter because of a doctor's appointment, which is why we're going to be there. Of course, you can come and utilize a parking spot that's available for you, dismiss your child, and off you go. There's not going to be any restriction to that. We're just trying to eliminate a 45-car queue line for an hour and 15 to an hour and a half. That's unnecessary.
Is there an issue, you touched upon the issue of overlapping with the middle school release. So if I remember years ago, we would park along Forest Avenue waiting for the pickup, and that's a long line as well. Do you see competing interest over on Forest with the middle
No,
school
because
and
the pickup at
Because
Forest is
middle school is-
completely different.
Yeah.
And one of the things that the school is being utilized now is the efficiency of that lot, bringing cars in and having them exit in the other way. There's no queuing lineup in front of the school itself on Forest. The traffic, again, it was a learning curve. Parents learned it, and as soon as your muscle memory takes over, it has become probably one of the most efficient areas in town, just
don't-
because of the entrance and egress.
you don't see anybody waiting on elementary school kids, parents, waiting on Forest so they come over crossing the
Yes,
the
which-
pavement on UU Church,
and
coming over and then getting into,
And we're going to address that in just a second. I'm going to get there as well.
You can't go through UU Church.
you could walk.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
Yes.
Picked up, right? So I didn't know if there's a proportion of those students doing that.
And
with
we're,
parents parked on
and,
Forest.
Yeah.
yep, and that's something I'm going to get to
Yeah,
in
for
a
sure.
few more slides.
only
But
if they're- yeah, okay.
thank you for the, so we can go to next slide. Recommendations number 2. At the end of Nason Road, down by Laurel, where we do get a greater volume of cars making turns from Nason and Laurel in both directions, we're going to install line delineators so that we now will have vehicles that are turning onto Laurel and from Laurel onto Nason will have to travel much slower.
Yeah,
This is like at the opening of by the bowl.
yeah,
Correct.
yeah.
So if I'm coming down Nason Road and I'm taking a left onto Laurel Road, I cannot, what we call it, like a slip curve.
Yep.
I can't short the curve or slip the curve and get onto Laurel. I'm going to have to come to a much slower progression before I'm making this left-hand turn, and vice versa. Coming off of Laurel, I'm not going to be able to just slip the curve. There is a stop sign on Laurel for Nason. We're going to be actively monitoring that with a uniformed patrol car.
And this is literally to prevent the head-on collision of a queued car and a car trying to circumnavigate the queued
Right.
car on the same side of Laurel,
Right.
and then a car coming from Nason,
Correct.
and then I've seen it more than one occasion, almost head-on colliding because they're almost in the
Yeah,
the
other lane.
the other lane.
Exactly.
That is
Yep.
what this is meant to prevent. Okay, great.
And if you go to the next slide, so
Would that be a permanent installation, or is that seasonal?
It would be seasonal. I mean, we're not, obviously, we can't keep them up with snow plows. But on the other hand, we're going to keep them as long as we can. And it's, it works well in other areas of town where we need to have some traffic calming and mitigate other issues. So and for they're cost effective. They're not very expensive.
No, I just didn't know if you're going to keep them up during the summer when school's not in session, or?
With no reason to take them down.
Yeah.
And as you had just said about the queuing on Laurel, we will not be allowing queuing on Laurel Road.
Thank God.
We physically cannot deal with
They're
the,
queuing now?
it carries
I don't
to.
go anywhere near that area at that time of day, so.
Yes.
Some days, yes. Most days, yes. Some days, no.
If it has just snowed, if it's very cold, if there's,
Where-
I mean, it's mostly weather related.
So
Before,
what
when we
we
lived
are,
over there, I mean, the recycle truck coming through around around school pickup time, I've almost been killed like multiple times
And
by
we-
recycle on that road. So
and that's
Thank
something
you
that
for
we
doing this.
also have to analyze and address and look at as we work with a lot of the delivery
yeah,
companies in the area. You know, in the beginning of the year, we're having a conversation with the UPS guy, the FedEx guy, the DHL. Hey, listen, can you get here before this time or can you come after? And they then start to adjust their schedule based upon the traffic issues with the schools and the neighborhoods. And now it's just another unintended consequence. But I think we do a good job handling that. Those companies mitigate their routes so that they're doing their drop-offs between 9 and 12. And
I know that there was some feedback that we received in the last couple of weeks, I don't remember from where, but regarding Republic actually operating in that zone during school drop-off and pickup. I don't know if we communicated that back to them to ask them.
We have the
Okay.
changes in staff will hopefully make sure that that gets to the drivers. And if we run into in week 1 or week 2 that there is a conflict, we will underline the need to change that. We have communicated it.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all I want to know.
There was a change on their side that will hopefully help us improve the communication from our call that we were doing once a week down to the routes and the drivers that are in town.
And Officer Wilson and I, most oftentimes, are usually accomplishing that on face-to-face with the route drivers. You're getting the consistent workers who are always in our area, so we're able to get a face-to-face, learn their names, know who they are, give them a little bit of feedback. If you go this way, at this time, we can help you get through this. It'll be much quicker. So we do have a very good back and forth relationship and communication with a lot of the other companies that are helping us mitigate our issues in town.
Glad to hear.
Next slide, please. Some other recommendations that we're looking at is monitoring the effectiveness and measures, considering installing a stop sign at the end of Nason Road. We're working with the line delineators now. We'd like to see how that works. If we have to bring it to another step, we'll keep discussing that. We want to evaluate the impact of removing resident parking, acknowledging the potential for further road narrowing and not fixing any traffic safety issue. This would obviously be brought up with the board that was just discussed with the captain, but also in front of you as well, because we know that resident parking is huge.
Yeah.
We also want to review,
Is there resident parking in Laurel now?
There,
yes,
Yes.
and Nason and Orchard.
We've made resident parking?
we made it.
Yes,
when
we
put
did.
this
I
in.
have Nason and Orchard,
And-
there are always cars parked. I just don't, that's
So
because of its narrowness, there are
It makes
rarely
it that
cars
much.
parked
Yeah,
there.
so for Laurel, we're going the step right now. We're not letting any queued cars park because when you do have a resident park there,
It's a nightmare.
it then causes, everyone starts jockeying position. And so we're just going to eliminate it completely on Laurel, no queuing. It was mentioned that we were considering making Laurel a one-way. That's something that we're going to keep evaluating as we look at traffic count coming through and noting any potential negative impacts that may have on the greater good of the town as opposed to just a positive impact on the school. So something that we're going to look at.
So practically speaking, you don't leave until 1:45, you get into queue, you're the first car on Laurel. Where are you putting me if I can't queue there?
We're going to, if you're coming on Laurel, we're going to bring you back down. You're going to take a loop.
You're gonna go all the way down Nason, come out and come back.
But the thing is if you're coming at 145 and the
idea is
vehicles,
that'll
there
never happen.
there won't be a queue.
Okay.
Because we're now opening up the school area. Those cars are gonna
move forward.
actually now matriculate into the school, and then 210 hits and kids are out. Mr. Spritz, to your point about Forest, one of our other concerns is between Sergeant Road and Laurel Road on Forest. Right now, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be completely blocking no parking at all between Sergeant and the UU Church on either side. Because what we do have is, on Forest, yes.
Yep.
On what we do have is, like you said, we'll get people who'll do drop off. They think they can sneak in and they're going to run up and there's restricted parking there. There are 4 houses on one side, 1 house on the other side. We are going to keep that completely clear because of the traffic flow. What has happened in the past, and we get a lot of walkers coming from that area. Both sides get occupied with parked vehicles. You then have 2 full lanes of traffic. Cars exiting from the school, whether it's drop-off or pickup, coming from the church, other cars trying to get in. There becomes a major traffic jam. And we've had some incidents in the past where we've had to shut it down, move vehicles, and if we had had the extra width of the road, there would not be an issue. It gets cumbersome for the crossing guard at that crosswalk, monitoring both sides of Forest and Laurel. It would be unfair to create an unfortunate situation for someone who's giving their time to help the kids cross with the overbearing problem of a traffic situation like that. So we're just going to eliminate it. It's going to be,
There's the crosswalk at Sergeant.
there's a crosswalk at Sergeant.
On
There's
Sergeant, across Forest, and then at the back side of the middle school, there's like a zig, like a Z almost.
Say again?
Are you looking at Sergeant and Forest?
Sergeant, Forest, and across the street, which is the other crosswalk that's also manned, that goes into the parking lot.
Down by the church.
No, that goes into the parking lot, into the back
Yes,
of the middle school.
we're, to be quite honest, we're not worried about that for that
That's too far
intersection.
for the elementary school.
We're
not
going
that
down in front of Laurel Road
Yep.
where the UU Church is. There's a crosswalk at the UU Church, there's a crosswalk at Laurel.
Right.
So that you're crossing over, you're on Forest Ave, you're crossing the street over going to the church.
Yes.
So there's not going to be parking on Forest from Sergeant Road to Laurel Road. And there is marked signs there now for residents only. And we're going to work with the residents there, but we are not going to allow anybody to park there. We're going to put up sawhorses. It's going to be no parking. It's going to be marked
During that time.
during morning and pickup, morning and afternoon pickups.
So I thought you meant, just to be
Yes.
clear. Yeah.
So the signs are clear. The sawhorse is going to make it abundantly clear.
Yeah.
We're not going to let you park your car and walk your child to school.
We just make sure the residents have you spoken with the residents? in
We
that
are,
area too? There's only
yep, Brian,
55 houses.
Brian and I are going to be working with them directly,
I
and
think they'll be fine because it's a benefit to them, because
Yes.
I know that they get pretty annoyed.
And
when-
this was a strategy that when Mr. Kalishman was principal at the middle school, and we changed the bus line pickup. It was a headache in the beginning, but we lined Forest Ave with sawhorses on one side of the street. Parents, you can't park here anymore. And after about 3 weeks, the sawhorses went away, and there was no parking. People became accustomed to their routine. That's our goal. That's what we're looking to establish, and we think that it'll be successful.
So outside of not parking on that small strip on Forest, is there any other parking changes that are happening around the elementary school?
No,
Okay, great. Love
No.
that.
no, we're going to be working with the community, working with the residents. We know how valuable it is to them. We pride ourselves on face-to-face communication, so we'll go knock on doors and do whatever we have to do. And then with the help of a committee that might be able to finalize some other problems or come up with better solutions, because we're an open book. We appreciate experts, but we like to think that the community as a whole developing a plan and coming together with facts and problem solving is the best case scenario.
Great.
Well, I think this is great.
I think that should be the last slide. There might be one more, I'm not sure.
Conclusion and
That was
follow-up.
conclusion follow-up too.
Yep, so here we are. We're going to be working for 2 to 4 weeks on this. We'll be coming up with Brian and I will be doing our reports. We will notifying the town administrator as well as you, the board, including the progress and process, any problems that we may have, or any other slight adjustments that could be necessary. And also, we are open. If there's concerns, if there's issues, if there's complaints, very accessible. I'm willing to sit down and listen to anyone who wants to talk and take feedback. So by all means, please be sure to extend our information.
And fire is aware that they're going to be
Yes.
helping out here.
They are aware. Yep.
I think the only other thing, this is fantastic, and I'm glad that we're forward thinking, but thinking to snow. I think this will be helpful, very helpful, because a lot of the issues, especially on Laurel, is the street's not wide enough already, and then with snow, it's further impacted. Just making sure I know Gino did his very best to try, but sometimes snow removal was happening,
Yeah.
like right abutting that time frame,
Yes.
and that made it really difficult. So just keeping that in mind too.
That's a great point, and we've already spoken about that, utilizing just communication measures, forward thinking, and it came to be very helpful, having direct lines back and forth. So I think as it presents itself, knowing what we know now, last year was the first year that we had an abundance of snowfall in a while. I think not only were the schools dealing with it, but just businesses and people in general. So we were able to learn on the job, as they say, last year, and we're going to use it to the best advantage we can this year coming up.
As of right now, has there been any communication with parents that there's going to be a change?
Not from us,
So
no.
only the people that are watching
Correct.
right now?
Schools not send something out?
School, I believe
yet.
Ms. Sanborn was working on that and putting
Yeah,
that out.
We're waiting for this.
There was a,
When does
This
school
was-
start?
September 2nd.
well, this was also to be
Okay.
on the meeting before.
Yeah, it was supposed
So
to be
this is
last
delayed because of this was on the agenda for the last meeting, so it was our goal. I mean,
Yeah.
I just got my feet running again this week in my position, so we're catching up and trying to make some progress, so
And I, for one, am very glad to see you in that role.
Thank you.
Because you weren't for a while, and I think we suffered. And traffic-wise, there are almost 800 kids in that building, and however many parents picking up on a daily basis. And without someone to orchestrate how that's going to happen, it has just been chaos, so.
Yeah, I think it's also important to note, like for my family, we have multiple people picking up on different
Yeah.
days, right? Like my in-laws help and,
Yeah,
you know.
there's a lot of grandparents
So there's-
picking up.
Yeah.
So there's not just an education of ourselves, but an education of
Right,
the community we
caregivers.
use to help support us.
In-
So it's not just like the first week of school, everybody knows what they're doing. It's
Right.
sort of a all year long figuring it out.
absolutely. And it's, and we get people who move in to town, they're coming in, they're learning things, coming back to the school district.
Right.
So, whatever we can do to make it easier for people, we will do. And
I appreciate it.
we're open for any feedback, so.
What effort is made from your department and the schools to get more kids walking? Or riding their bikes, whatever? Is that something that's actually done, or?
Well, I mean, we've done it in a couple of different ways in the past. With Officer Wilson was the primary SRO. I've been able to help him last year and working on it and be working more with him this year. We often pride ourselves on the bike to school and safety programs. We are having a public safety day where we're going to be talking about bike safety and kids on the bikes and utilizing it and being better and getting out as riding their bikes to school like we all used to do. As far as creating different walking groups, I know that the PTO has worked on, I forget the term that they used,
School bus,
like
walking bus.
a walking bus or a walking carpool where they'll meet at a certain area and then they all walk in together, and usually there might be one parent that will take a group of 10 kids a day and the parents rotate throughout their little group that they're working with. But in short, no, we don't really project them to do anything as far as their transportation and walking to school. I think it's a great idea, and it's something we could probably get to them within the first week or two of school and create something fun, try and help get them to get on their feet and walk. And
We're also talking
Even-
about kindergarten to fourth grade,
Yeah.
so the thought
That's
that
true,
kids
too.
are just gonna strut out and walk to
yeah,
school,
it's true too.
probably
Yeah.
not gonna happen. I mean, my kid bikes to school, and I'm petrified because,
You
you
should
know,
be.
we had somebody that
Yeah,
was hit.
Salem.
No, it's really not funny. A child was hit
Yeah.
at the corner of Salem and Humphrey on a bike.
Yes,
So it's, you know, it's not that easy to say, just walk to school.
Correct.
Or bike to school.
and those are the things that we are looking at. We're looking at, we're looking at Humphrey and Puritan right now. We're looking at Salem and Humphrey. We're looking at Atlantic. One of the things we just got through was Atlantic, Humphrey, and Puritan.
Yeah.
We added traffic calming measures with dashed lines in front. We repainted sidewalks. We did a major pruning of trees and cleaned up line of sight. The island in the area, they're working on sidewalks right now
That island
for
is tough,
for
yeah.
paving the sidewalks. And that was just in that location. We know that's a hot spot.
Right.
But obviously, we're looking to get the best bang for the buck and what we can do to help make things better. And, don't
Appreciate it.
don't ever, we like a good challenge, so we'll
think-
take
No, we
it.
appreciate
The
you.
other thing, Mary Ellen, not just educating kids about bike safety and walking safety and encouraging them to do
E-bikes.
that, but then, well, e-bikes, don't get me started, but helping educate the community about during that commuter time, right? Like, because everyone's focused on, I gotta get to work, and that's the priority. But like, we're encouraging our kids to walk and bike. So if we're not prioritizing our own thought process to understand, we need to take a moment.
Yep.
Give some grace, relax, and allow this to be a thing that happens in our community. If we're not a biking or walking community, we will never see that increase occur.
Yeah.
So we as a community need to make a concerted effort, even if you don't have school-age kids, to make sure that you're thinking about that. And
Sure, absolutely.
acting accordingly.
And as a department on our end of things, we are aware of it because that once school comes back, the volume of traffic obviously increases. We always see it on an annual basis. September presents a lot of vehicles, a lot of traffic. Uniformed cars, uniformed patrol, keeping us out in the public and having us visible in a lot of those hot spots and areas. Even just a cruiser on the side of the road as you're driving down is already a calming measure. People are going to try to slow down. So we're going to use our resources to the best of our ability so that we can help prevent anything from happening. But we're just going to do what we can.
So of the 800 students, and you talked about the buses coming in and out, what is the proportion of students?
One bus.
Well, there's one town bus,
One
and then
town
there's
bus.
a bus to the JCC.
Yeah.
We get 4 yellow school buses that come in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they've changed differently. Some years we need more access, but we've maxed out at 4. And that's within the radius of
2 miles.
where the school is and the mileage and what is eligible for them to have their rides to. We're not in charge of the buses per se. That's
It's a
under the school
2.0
department. So
grader.
they create the attendance list or the ride list for each bus and where they go.
JCC.
But we also get school buses that come from the YMCA, the JCC, other camps that are coming to pick up kids that are going to after-school programs.
Oh,
Right.
Parents that are working until 5 need their kids
Just
to go
one
somewhere.
in-town bus.
So
Yes.
okay.
that's where that comes in.
You
Okay.
have to live greater than 2.0 miles
Right.
to qualify.
But it's more than just Swampscott. It's going to after-school programs,
The JCC. the
JCC,
Y.
the Hillel, the
Becoming-
Y, Salem Arts, Reach Arts and Lynn. I mean, there's a variety of different programs that the kids go to.
Yeah.
Okay, this is great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you very
Have a
much.
good night.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. I'm going to suggest we move to the Lynn multimodal corridor project. We will talk about the goals, but,
Another time?
sure, you want to talk, we can table it till next
That'd be
week
great.
if people are good with that.
It's late.
Public has a
think so.
glance at our minutes, so you can certainly take a look at them, and then we can talk next meeting. If we could put that on the next meeting, Shannon, that would be great.
So we're moving on to the
We're
multimodal?
moving on to
Okay. I am recusing myself again per my
Oh, yes.
explanation last meeting.
Yes, okay.
Do you need headphones and?
No, I'm
Okay.
just gonna walk
Take a
from
walk.
the audience.
In the library if you want, whatever. So,
Okay,
I'm gonna go for a bike ride.
yeah.
not on the Limway.
If I can just share, the reason that there is not a draft to review right now is that the feedback was varied, and it was hard to align into a draft that we could circulate. So I think the ultimate goal would be for you all to speak a little bit more and deliberate in
Yeah.
order to put something together.
What are we deliberating about?
The letter that was presented to us for review from the like boards,
Three
I guess,
boards.
the 3 boards that, to Kim Driscoll.
I had circulated, it's a draft that had
have
been
it.
worked on.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think you gave comments tonight.
I
so-
did.
So I think, for me, in reading that letter, it didn't really, I guess, it didn't really align where I thought like we were gonna get to where we wanted to be. So I think like, I would prefer to go more of a route in that letter, which sort of acknowledges, like, maybe some members of the board feel like this is not a great idea. Maybe some members of the board feel like it's not the idea that's the problem, but it's actually the process and how the idea came to be. And, you know, is it thoroughly being thought out? And so I guess if we want a seat at the table with the people who are really going to affect the change, I think we need to be clear on what exactly we're asking for. And I don't think the letter right now is clear about, we're asking them to come to the table and we're asking them to engage with us, but what essentially do we want out of the conversation?
So did you
Great question.
put any ideas down on what I think the big thing that we need to get done is give our recommendation. You know,
What is it?
what is
Yeah.
what is our recommendation? You know, quantify it and have them rewrite it or, you know, put something together.
So I guess my issue is, this is a project that's already underway. So what are we looking to see? What do we have the ability to control at this point? And, so we're talking about the Linway, right? So let me understand, they already have that lane, right? That they've built for the bikes, right?
Yeah.
Are they expanding that? Is it going further the other way?
I believe the project itself was about creating individual bus lanes.
Right, a center bus lane.
Yeah, well, a couple of things from, when I was present at the meeting in, was May here at the senior center, and it was prioritizing bus lanes so they could easily come on heading into Boston, but this is where, let me back up for a second. The letter was fundamentally asking, have you taken into account all the other projects that are stacked up on the Linway to get into Boston, including everything from the high school to the bridge being rebuilt and all these other things stacked up? I get that. It didn't, for me, it didn't address the issues of what I think is a flawed study on the Linway itself. And what bothers me is a couple of things. One is the fact that, yes, you are taking up a lane and dedicating it for a bus, because I believe the idea was to go every 10 minutes for the bus, which is great, that's fine. But that bus then has to cross over a lane, and one of the ideas, again, was to have a bus stop, an elevated bus stop on a platform on the median, which would then require passengers to get out onto this median platform, which also now takes up more
Center room.
center, right? Then you have a passenger safety issue, obviously, of then having to stop traffic both ways for them to get in and out, right? That, I'm trying to understand, did that get accounted for in the study? Then you have the buses coming northbound that want to turn on Commercial Street, that they're suggesting to use the right lane to turn across the entirety of the stretch of both its own lane and the opposing lane, So now you have to stop traffic again, both ways for it to complete the curve. That seemed not just a little bit strange. I've never quite seen that, at least around here before. So I'm concerned about the complexity. I'm concerned about the delay. I'm concerned about the danger that it puts in, adding all the complexities together of a potential accident. I'm concerned about pedestrian safety. I think if we solve the problem of the timing, which has been a 25-year problem of the light timing, and if the buses can find and stay on the right side of the road and not necessarily have to have a bus lane, I think that would solve the original problem, which was the congestion issue of the buses trying to operate. I think this has been too big of a funded study to try to come up and solve a problem that I question whether or not, or find a solution for a problem I question whether or not it was appropriately
Vetted.
vetted, not vetted, but a problem that was well understood.
So we're debating whether or not the MBTA, DCR, Department of Transportation, and City of Lynn all didn't think of any of this stuff that we're bringing up, right? We're basically saying
Lynn and Revere?
that none of that, they haven't already thought of that when they were designing this, which on its face seems to be something created to improve safety, right? For people that live in that immediate downtown area, for sure. So we're taking the position that now we want to have a say, or we want to now question all of the work they've already put in
Yes.
to this point. But where were we 2 years ago?
Longer
Before
than that.
this-
It's been like 2020.
before this was started. So we're just gonna come up now and
2020, 2021.
come out with a
They
letter saying,
just this spring, late spring, early summer, had a public presentation
Of the design.
of the design. So we
it's
did
been in the
not,
works for a
we
while.
did not have access to it. It's still in the works. This is not
Study.
this is not a funded.
I don't think it's a
Well,
study.
it's not a study.
It's
It's
not
well
a funded-
beyond,
this is-
it's well beyond a study.
Yeah, it's a design. So it's,
In the design phase, fair
project.
enough. It's in the
in-
design phase of the
actual
project, but there's
project.
been no allocation of funds that I'm aware of to actually, and
no allocation of funds.
Is that true now?
to push the project through.
It's on federal funding plans.
Right.
In the same
It's
way
a
that
project,
capital plan
is it?
doesn't- It's not allocating funds in out years, but we anticipate this is.
They've started the work, right?
No.
No,
Or no?
no.
The,
that's
They've
correct.
started some pre-work maybe, right?
no, I mean,
Like
the
some-
money that goes into design, they've not started construction.
Okay.
So I guess, I
Okay.
think we should talk about, so I agree with the first point you made, which is the timing point. I think that is the part that we have very strong ground to ask for some clearer explanation and some understanding over the multiple projects that are happening, starting at the Nahant Rotary and going all the way
To Revere.
past Wonderland, right? So like,
Right.
the timing of the, not just the timing of the projects, but also the timing of the lights and all the, I'm gonna get oh, sorry, I was coming over to get me closer. I think we have, that there would be no reason why we can't say, you know, we understand the project is in its design phase and planning, and we want to further dig deep into this specific aspect of it. I fully support that piece of the letter, and I think that should be more fully fleshed out. I think we are not well-positioned at this point to sort of start tearing into some of this design part, but we can certainly finesse some conversations while we're there talking about timing for some additional data or information to understand why things have come to this point. I just don't know why they would take a meeting with us at this point for the design aspects of it.
So when the traffic consultants did their presentation, they
Yeah.
were explicitly looking for feedback from the public.
Yep.
Okay? I think we as a board or 3 boards, if not additional communities, should be giving, you know, if they're not going to listen to an individual, they should be listening at least to the feedback of representatives from the community. I feel that strongly that the feedback that I gave them was to the points that I'm saying to you now. In that I feel that if they're going to do this, my question back would be, to be constructive, is at least help justify why you would displace tens of thousands of commuters. What benefit does this reconfiguration of an entire area of 2.2 miles explain the benefit?
How are they displacing the commuters?
Right.
They're displacing the commuters for longer wait times, more vehicles or less vehicles per minute pushing through.
So am I the only one that's been contacted by people that live in this town that are in favor of this project?
No,
I-
I
'Cause
not
I
been
have
received some
contacted.
emails.
We have one email. I don't think that it's, I don't think, I can tell you the other communities are not against improving, especially for safety. It's just the thought process and some of the study that went into it. Where is the empirical data and what is the real evaluation of it? I think that there is an issue of some of the information that's been given and what the outcome has really been. I think everyone is in favor of making sure something is safer, better. I just think that there are some hiccups in it that need to be vetted a little bit more to help all the communities. That's what I got from the one meeting I attended.
Well, I mean, I don't know that letter read that way.
I
think the
think
letter
there are
was a little
some,
bit.
sorry to interrupt,
go
but
ahead.
I think that maybe we could, I talked to Nick about a separate draft of a letter, which sort of talks more about what, number one, the issues about traffic and transit demand and all that kind of stuff, the things that we can truly effectuate and change of the program, right, of this project happening. And then also talks, we can add some, I don't know that if this is exactly in here, but if you want some more empirical data, we can point to that. So maybe we can present a separate edit of the letter for us to read and see if that more aligns with at least a majority of us. And we can talk about it in our next meeting, or they need it now?
They need it now. I don't think it's a good idea to wait for, I would rather,
Well, then Nick will
Send it to Nick,
and he can, but the
and-
problem is, like, if the philosophy behind the letter doesn't align, this is what happened last time, right? So like, the letter came out and I was like, oh, I'm gonna like, this isn't just like, oh, we're missing a period, like, right, it's a lot, it was a lot.
3 pages.
So, I guess if we don't align on that thought, that we are just going to basically say, hey, we recognize that this has good impact, but we're concerned that you're not aligning the projects, right? So there's multiple projects
There's that part,
happening.
yeah, I agree
You're
with-
not aligning
yeah.
the projects. I mean, in the draft, we request that a coordinated regional planning committee is created, which involves MassDOT, MBTA, DCR, Lynn, Revere, Marblehead, Swampscott, Nahat, to consider all of those projects all together and how it impacts all of those communities. Evaluating not just what happens on the roads that you're constructing, but on, Route 107, 129, other local roadways, that you've created some sort of structure around how you're going to, the promises you're going to make, and some accountability to the public to hold you to those promises if there's impact. So like, if there's significant impact, how do we communicate that? How does it stop the processes that are happening so we can figure out ways to solve it and not just like push through it? And some performance measures so that conditions can be monitored by the public and we can hold you accountable. And then some alternatives to transportation, like, are we increasing ferry service? Are we increasing parking or transportation to commuter rails and other
Yeah.
Like shuttle
routes?
buses
Are the
and
buses
things.
gonna run different ways, more often, all those kinds of things? These are mitigation, regular mitigation measures that we should be talking about and thinking about. Again, I don't think it's great to say, like, nobody here is saying that we are asking them to abandon the project or that we have better judgment than any of the towns who've already been considered, but rather, that there's some regional impacts that we're not sure were fully contemplated, either in a traffic study that went from this light on the Linway to this light on the Linway. And we're trying to get that sort of really figured out.
I would have just thought as the larger, not just we in Swampscott, but just the study and the project design would have at least done the easy stuff first, which was timing. You do the timing and then you reevaluate really what the congestion is and what you're saving. In other words, what is the net benefit to not just Lynn, but to the wider community? Shouldn't there be a benefit? You know, if bus is going to run every 10 minutes, okay, and that comes from Marblehead through Swampscott, like the 442, I can't remember which.
441.
441, there's a 442 as well.
Yep, there's.
I don't know if that's on Paradise. Yeah.
Right.
You know, in improving the bus service from here, I applaud that completely. But we live in a kind of a hub and spoke piece of, we're on a spoke, we're not near a hub, we're on a long spoke that has to then connect into Revere. Is that where, you know, is the ridership going to increase to such an extent that it's actually going to balance out anything out? This is what I'm trying to understand. Maybe the data is there. I haven't seen that data.
Well, that was never addressed at their,
It was never addressed.
at their presentation, you know.
Yeah, I think let's get in the door, like, if they're gonna take a meeting with us, it's because we're saying, like, these are immediate ways that we can improve
Well,
the thought process of the project, right? Like, let's
We're trying to be collaborative,
be
not
collaborative
preventative.
and get in the door and say, like, okay, these are the things.
Yeah.
And sure, as we have this conversation, as we create this sort of committee of regional efforts to make sure this project is the best version of itself, we can then start having some of these conversations down the road, but to lead with, like, convince me why the bus lane is in the center and the platforms are raised is probably not gonna be
Well
a-
received.
Yeah, a great introduction to getting what we actually wanna see happen.
It just sounded more like a demand letter, and I don't think that's the approach that's gonna get us heard or,
Effectuate change.
yeah, I just don't think it's gonna be effective, but.
So
No, there's an election coming up.
What does that mean?
There's an election coming up. What, you know, I'm sorry, this is
You mean Congress? What election?
the governor,
Oh.
right? I'm just saying, I'm saying
you
the
think-
the people that are in
Okay, so
power.
that gets us a meeting, but how does that get us change?
If we have strong feelings about certain things, and maybe that is or is not shared across this board, and that's okay, I respect that. But if we do have strong feelings about this, I don't want to be afraid to, can we get in the door or not?
Then maybe you should write the letter and put your name on it, because we don't all have that same.
No, I respect that, Danielle, I do.
Why don't we
We're
just
asking
find out,
Katie
why don't
to
we
do
find
that,
out what we, can we find out what we all, what do we
Agree on.
all
That's what
agree
I'm
on?
trying to yes,
Let's
that's
just
what
get
I'm-
to
That's
what we all
fair,
agree on.
that's fair.
That's
I
that's all
agree.
I'm trying to
That's
suggest.
fair.
It sounds
That's
like
fair.
that is something we all share.
Right.
So let's write that letter, get that letter out, give feedback. And yes, it might be missing pieces that you want, and maybe it goes too far in some
do it
states
over there?
than,
Can you use
some
this?
sentences than what I want. But at least it has the philosophy of what we trying to get the power back on.
Oh my
Do
gosh.
you guys know that line from?
Did they turn the power
Jurassic
off
Park.
early?
I don't know.
4
It's
hours?
just this one
It's okay.
room?
We can still
We
talk.
can still talk in the
Yeah,
dark.
where
Oh,
it
there it is. Okay,
Yay.
cool.
Found the solution.
So let's find the common ground, let's get that letter drafted, let's present that to the board so we all feel good about signing it, and then we'll handle the bits and pieces as they come.
Okay,
Okay, let's do that.
You good with that?
I think so.
All right, we got a path forward, Nick and I think we got something
Do
to
you
start
have
with.
anything you want to say? Do you have any opinion here that you?
No, I wanted to
Right.
synthesize what you all sent to me, and that was not possible without you all talking a little bit.
There you go. All right.
We have some differing opinions, and that's
Good thing
okay.
it was on the agenda.
Okay.
All right,
I
moving,
just want to,
yes, please, sorry.
I have to get something to them as soon as possible.
Okay, we can get it out tomorrow. I'll get, something for you all to think about tomorrow. You all,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, and then if everybody could get comments back by
Not yet, Ted.
Sunday, you'll have the weekend, and then maybe we'll have something around Monday unless somebody
So are
explodes
we
the
going
whole
to
thing.
talk about it again publicly, or no? We're just going to?
Yeah, we can put it back on the agenda and talk about publicly, but this was specifically about just trying to get the letter out.
Right, but the letter is, we're speaking for the town of Swampscott. So for us to just do it behind the scenes on our own is defeating the purpose of what it would accomplish, right? We're speaking for the people that live here. I am not, I don't forget that, right? And there's a lot of people that live here that should weigh in. I don't want to speak for this town, not knowing what people think about this. I mean, I've had people tell me
Right.
that they're all for it, and why aren't we all for it?
So, but I guess the version of the letter, maybe wait till you look at it, but how I envision the version of this future letter going is not a demand, and it's not even saying we don't appreciate the project, we understand the benefits of the project. It is simply saying, could we figure out how we align all these projects together to make the least impact, to get the benefit with the least impact?
If that's what it ends up saying, then I'm okay with that.
Okay.
But if it's gonna go into the 3-page demands that it did, I'm not.
I'm not okay with that either.
I don't
so
want to just sit
I'm not
and
drafting
not
that.
publicly discuss that, because I'd like to get more feedback from the people that live here that we're supposed to represent.
If I'm hearing correctly, it will recognize that there is a difference of opinion. So, and that includes both people that have very significant questions about the design process and the information behind it, and that some people also support the idea that
Embraces its
fewer lanes are okay, regardless of whether they see that. It will respect that, in a draft that I will put together, it will respect that there is a difference of opinion, not only in the town, but among the board. It may not say it that explicitly, but it will not also say we are against it, or we think this is the best thing that's ever been presented.
Okay, great.
Was there anybody, are you against it, Wayne? No.
Against what?
So, against
The project.
the project, the,
I guess the
I was
project,
saying that in response to Danielle's
All right,
comment,
because
that
I'm
there
not-
needs to be a recognition of,
I'm not against, so from my point of view, I'm not against the project. I'm just want to know how, I want this project to be done really well, where there's not a burden on people in Swampscott. Where there's where the features and the benefits align. And it just isn't something that's going to backfire and really be a total mess.
Yeah. Is that how you feel too? I don't think that is.
I have a hesitancy in looking at the design and the way it is, and I just personally, I'm not speaking on behalf of the Swampscott, I'm speaking on behalf of myself.
Right.
I just can't, I just don't support it.
Yeah.
For reasons I think it will cause more problems than what we gain back from it.
but could you
This
come
is
out of
kind of what I
that
mean.
self-reflection and come to a community like, do you feel like you
Although
have a pulse that is greater than self,
I
so you can
don't feel like I
understand
have a
that's-
lot of feedback
Okay.
from the town. So Danielle, to be honest, concur with you, if we didn't, we're on such a time crunch, I would really like to get some more
Well,
feedback
that's the other
from
piece, is I don't
residents.
understand why we're on a time crunch, because this was just brought to me or us a couple weeks ago, right? I wasn't part of any conversations with any other people in any other towns about this. This is the first time that we're actually having this discussion. So I don't understand the time crunch.
Well, it's the second time we're having a discussion.
It was
We
on the
brought
last
it was on
agenda
the
in the
last
sense of
agenda, we
Right.
discussed
empowering
it.
somebody
There
to
was a
have a
presentation here from the company.
Right.
There's multiple people in town that have commented that they're very worried about the project, et cetera. Other communities saying they're worried about the project. So the question is this design a good design to get what this project should be accomplishing?
See, I
Right,
just,
and how are we qualified to decide on this design?
Where I don't think it's whether or not we're qualified to design. The question is whether or not we're truly communicating what our needs are and what is, we're at. I would personally want to be asking, and I asked the people that were here, is where is the other information about this? And how is this going to affect people coming out of Swampscott? What will this do for Swampscott? And they couldn't give an answer. They couldn't write down anything. They didn't even have a pen and paper to write down any of my concerns. Zero.
Right, so that
I was
doesn't
at the
give me
same-
a
I got
lot of
the same-
confidence.
Yeah, you came right after, on the bike lane alone, when I looked at the bike area, I actually said, how is this bike area safe? Because I know, only 4, but I know 4 people that ride their bikes down the Linway to go down to Wonderland. How is this really safe? Is this the safest route? Because it didn't look super safe. So, well, we've studied it.
what does that mean? What does it look like?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the question is, for us here in this pocket, Nahant, Swampscott, Marblehead, how do we get heard and make sure that, there is good representation here, not somebody just coming in and saying, here's the project, here you go, okay, we're really knowledgeable and we know what we're doing, and, you know, that's it. I mean,
Yeah, I get,
are we being heard? Are we being heard?
But if I read this, it says they have 1,800 people that participated in their events and that their online survey, and that they've, you know, had community outreach for the past couple of years. So have they given people the opportunity, right?
Have they been listening to the people? In my opinion, I can
would
tell,
hope all
I
of
can only
these
tell you,
professional organizations have some.
this professional organization that was here, in this professional spot right here, I do not believe that they listened to anybody that was in this room that night.
Okay.
And
I would
I was
concur-
here.
I would concur
and
with
he
that
came-
feeling.
He came an hour after me, and I was shocked. I was really shocked, because I've been to a lot of these things, and they really take time, and they listen to what you're saying, they talk about what the issues are. I walked out, I thought, they're not listening, I'm not gonna waste my time here.
And I felt, I mean, I asked a lot of questions to them. I really peppered them, trying to really understand. Yeah, I know, right? Of course not. But I really tried to understand better, you know, how this was going to help and how this wasn't just not conflating, but confusing or making this so overcomplicated, okay, that it was going to create more confusion and issues than what the problem was trying to solve.
yeah, but I just think for me, I want to, so Mary Ellen had said, I want to find a solution that does not burden the folks in Swampscott. I have a little bit different of a thought, which is, it is okay to burden Swampscott so long as the outcome and benefit is greater than the temporary burden. So like, I am not just like, well, we can't do the project because it's such a burden. I am like, let's mitigate as best we can the burden to the best of our ability to say to our community, we had a voice, we mitigated things to the best of our ability, and nothing's ever perfect, but this was the problem they were trying to solve, and this is how they tried to solve it. I agree that there is not enough data right now for us to understand if we understand what the problem is, or maybe we do, but we don't have enough data to determine if this is how we solve the problem. Instead of coming up with alternate solutions right now, let's just gather the data. Let's just get to the table. Let's say we want to better understand the data before we say, this isn't going to work, or this isn't going to work, or this isn't going to work. Because then we're just doing what they're doing, right? And we're accusing them of showing up without the data and telling us what the answer is. Let's not do the same thing. That's all I'm trying to say.
So I think it's fair to say, we would just to like to have clarity on the data. We have concerns about the timing.
Yeah.
What else can we add in
Have you
there?
had an
When
opportunity
you
to talk
say,
to the
can I
mayor
ask one
about this
question?
at all?
When you say timing, we're not talking about timing, the sequencing of all these projects that
The sequencing of the
intermingle,
timing,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That's
But
all.
also the
But there's
timing of
also
tra-
this timing of
There's also
lights.
the timing
I
of
mean,
the
the
traffic
traffic
lights.
There's a
Yes,
traffic
there's that
timing, but also the timing,
both of those
sequencing
problems.
of projects.
Yes.
It's the sequencing of
Okay.
projects that
And
I'm
both.
I'm referring to.
Clearly both.
It's
Yeah.
both.
Well, my understanding is the timing of the lights is a super benefit, that's going to be taken care of.
But have you seen the data that shows that that study has been done well enough to understand its continual effect down the roadway? Because I think that's one of the issues, is that it's like just a small section.
Outside of the project area.
Yes,
Yeah.
right. And how is it affecting like a larger radius outside of the project
Just from the
area?
Nahant Circle down to the bridge we all know how bad that is. Just those, I don't know, 8 lights something right there, if those can be timed.
From the monument to Nahant Circle is a problem because of the timing of lights on the Linway.
Yes.
So, like, this directly affects us, but instead of saying what a solution is, let's get more data about how they came to their solution and just prove, if they are wrong, they're wrong. We show them.
So we're just
There's
gonna
not enough
prove
data.
them that they're potentially wrong.
No, we're just gonna say, like, show us the data, and we'll see what the data supports.
And what if they say no? They're not gonna show
Okay.
you the data.
Then
We have no leg to stand on, really.
we tried.
Okay.
Should not try, right?
Have we reached out to Lynn? Have we talked to Mayor Nicholson about this at all?
Not about,
Got his
No.
feelings, thoughts? No?
the contact I had with them and the Hunt,
Dana
and,
Hunt or anybody?
yeah, I've talked to
Yeah,
Allison,
no.
talked to Thatcher. We all got a briefing about it before that. The meeting that was in the spring, March, April, whenever you guys did you had the one here, and there was one online, one in,
3.
2 in
There,
Lynn,
one in line and one in the Hunt.
and Marblehead, and I
And
think,
Marblehead,
and I think there were 2 in Lynn. So at that point, that was the interaction we had about it. I have not asked for his thoughts or
He hasn't
opinions.
reached out at all.
No.
All right, so what's the bottom line here? You're
We're
gonna,
gonna circulate a draft, get your comments back, and then we'll
For lunch.
oh,
go from there. All right, discussion of Charter Commission.
oh, man.
So, in fairness to the time of night,
Okay.
the idea here was, I have heard individually and collectively and from residents that
Welcome
there
back, Ted.
are a number of
Thank you.
questions, concerns, issues, things that they would like to be addressed, looking at the charter, and it's also sort of a best practice, every decade or so, to at least take a look at it and see if there are opportunities to improve it beyond a very targeted one-off type change. I wanted to just introduce that idea. I was not expecting it to be near the 4-hour mark of the meeting, so
Can we talk about it next time?
I think the one thing that I would say to you tonight that we would like to do, and we are planning to do, is to just turn on the Boards and Commissions page, a place that someone can express an interest in participating.
Yes,
And so
please.
we will have a discussion around process, timing, what that could all look like at a future meeting, just because we are nearing 4 hours.
Do we have the update on the notes that each committee had sent in for recommended changes to the charter?
Can we ask
Prior
Diane?
to last fall, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, we will run down whatever we have, and that can be part of the presentation that we give, that we'll talk about processing and timing.
Diane should
Does
have
that
it in
work
her
for you?
email.
Okay, does that work for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Like, how do you foresee a review committee, once you have it assigned and if people are actively working on it, what is the process typically? Do we?
That was what I was planning to talk about at the next meeting.
Oh, okay.
Process
Just from
and
a high-
timing,
Just from a
it's-
high
we-
level.
From a high level, they provide recommendations to
Yes,
us.
they
We have
review
to
the
go to town
charter, they
meeting.
provide their own recommendations, like of things that they're specifically thinking about. I think we also can provide the
Absolutely.
list from we asked the committees, like David was chair at the time, so to provide some feedback on the charter, if they had suggestions, so they could review those suggestions. Also, this board has talked about multiple suggestions, which hopefully somebody's been writing down somewhere, and so that would go before them, and then at the end, they would come forth with a recommendation.
Revision, a revision.
Revisions.
It would go to us, then to town meeting.
Yes.
Then to the legislature for
Legislature.
signing by the governor at some point in the
Correct.
future.
That was what I was looking for.
Full time.
which was the harvest.
Sorry,
And
I thought you were asking a more
outside.
granular level.
we skipped this part, but charter review was on our minutes for select board goals for this year. So this is an important goal that we've all determined is necessary and vital to us moving
So
forward.
we will turn that on. We will have a list of people that volunteer. You can obviously all
Tell your friends.
tell your friends and invite others. And then to further answer Wayne's question, we can present at a future meeting what we anticipate the timing look like and how we plan to move forward with it.
Okay. Great.
That's the update.
Discussion and possible vote on trash service update.
Oh, my God.
I know, at what point do we stop talking about
Now.
trash?
What is it we have to talk
Wayne.
about now?
So the question very simply here is, I think there's a real benefit to moving to every other week recycling sooner. And I wanted to put that before you.
Oh,
Hard no,
Okay, thank you for that
Why?
feedback.
I gotta agree with Danielle.
hard no.
Why is that? I just would like to know why.
That's the point of putting it on here.
Yeah, I mean, I
You know what,
thought.
can we,
Dan-
I don't even think we should, to be honest with you, we've been here now quite, if this is something we should talk about, I think we should talk about it at the next meeting.
Fine with that.
Only,
Sure.
It would,
it's only
it
nine,
just
it's
necessarily
only
pushes it
9:19.
out.
We've been into 10 o'clock sometimes. Like,
all right, I'm willing to stay. If you want to stay, we could stay.
I mean,
I just want to know, like, I didn't put out my recycling today because I only had a tiny bit in there and
I'll
that-
use, if you have
that's
excess,
you.
I'll come by your house.
Yeah.
I've
Oh,
got
yeah.
extra.
Yeah, I'll put it in your bin.
yeah, you
wait,
can.
Neighbor sharing,
an
that's the
extra
goal.
barrel's free, isn't it? Or,
No, it's
I'm
not.
sorry,
No,
not
no, you
sorry,
voted on
sorry,
it.
sorry.
Nothing's free.
$50.
$60, right?
I
It
wanted
was
to talk
50.
to you about
50.
$50?
It was 50, yes.
50.
50 a quarter.
Okay, and so
Oh, 50.
originally, this was on the agenda last week. The idea is that there are
Savings.
well, every month that we do it, we're saving, I don't even know, no, you asked me that right now, and no.
Well, yeah.
Give me a second to do the math in my head.
$70,000 over a year.
170,000 divided by 12.
12,
12,
14,
12K a month.
something in there.
So you'd be October, November, December. We're talking really 3 months at this point.
14,000.
So
I don't
what,
even like it happening in
November,
January. I'll be
December.
perfectly
Times
honest.
three. There's a
And-
$42,500 savings.
We want to share some feedback. I mean, if that's.
Yeah, I'm filling the bin on a weekly basis.
I shockingly am
feedback.
as well, and I thought you were crazy when you said you were going to
Thank
do it,
you.
and now I'm doing it, so.
Yeah,
Just breaking down your Amazon box.
yes. A family
Unfortunately,
of 4 or 5, yeah, I mean,
I'm flattered you think they're my Amazon boxes.
They're not. I know they're Nicole's, but are you breaking them down?
I am.
I am filling the bin on a weekly basis, but my bigger concern is the people in this town do not exactly have the storage space to leave a bin hanging around for 2 weeks, of that size, no less. Yeah.
You're like requiring a second bin.
No.
in
I
order
mean,
to
where
have
do you
2 weeks.
store, like, all of that
That too.
stuff for 2 weeks?
In your bin.
But you're gonna have more, because it's gonna be 2 weeks. My bin is full after 1
Well, that's what I was trying to ask.
Where
The
am I
question is,
putting
would
all
you
of the-
require a second bin? Would you be in a position where you would require a second bin?
Yeah.
It sounds like yes. And
Absolutely.
and to
If
your point,
it's not collected weekly, yes.
right, that's what I was
Yeah.
getting, yeah.
But not everyone who would need a second bin has the ability to store the first bin, never mind
Right,
the second
because where are
bin.
you gonna put it, right? Does everyone have a garage? I do not have a garage. I don't think
even have a
everybody in
driveway.
town has.
I don't have a driveway. I go up 3
lot of
flights of
people
stairs to
don't.
get to my house, so I have to store it on the landing of my stairs. It's the first thing everybody sees when they welcome into my house
Yeah.
is my trash barrel and my now oversized recycling bin,
Yeah.
Put a smiley face on it.
because I have nowhere else to put it.
So it's really $14,000 a month to go to every other week.
A savings of
A savings of
Yes.
$14,000 per month, okay.
So to move it to October 1st is $40,000.
$42,500.
Thank you for doing the math for me after asking the question. I appreciate that.
We're a great team.
So one of my reasons for waiting till January 1st, and if you remember, I was a little hesitant one way or another to do this, was really to try to get resident feedback. We've had in the last month just this kind of adjustment period. We will be offering, on Saturday, the cardboard pickup.
This Saturday?
The 20, yeah.
Yeah.
This Saturday. So I'm very eager
So it's metal, styrofoam, cardboard,
yes.
And recycling
And-
rigid plastic.
and
the
recycling barrels.
So what I'm eager to
Well,
see
not
is,
recycling.
is
Like,
what the
don't bring
participation level is from the
plastics.
town for the cardboard. I really, it's unpredictable. We may have a
It will
ton
be
of it,
very
or
low
we have it
unless
very low.
you need it,
I
right?
think it's
But
also gonna be, I don't think, I
think
think
people
people
know
don't
about
even
it.
know,
They don't.
people don't
That's
know
why I
about
asked
it.
it
for the
starting.
robocall to go out to explain what's happening. That cardboard's been added to the list. I use the styrofoam recycling every time I go. There's like a line of 2 or 3 cars to get there. So
But I'm gonna be really honest. The likelihood of people loading up a week's worth of cardboard in their car to drive down on a Saturday and wait in line at the DPW just to drop it, I think it's gonna be a low likely percentage. That's
they'll
me
just spend
personally.
$60 a year and get a second recycling barrel is what I think what will happen.
Perhaps.
50.
Or they'll
50,
just
sorry,
throw it out in
50.
the trash. That's what I think will happen. I don't know.
It's not gonna fit in your, if it does
your
not
trash
fitting
can.
in your.
You have to make a
If it's
choice,
not fitting
yeah.
in your recycling barrel, it's certainly not fitting in your trash barrel.
Unless you're just using one barrel. I don't know. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But,
Excuse me.
I mean,
I'd
yeah.
like to put this decision off for at least another month. And then start to get some feedback. I
I feel
mean,
like we're just kicking the can, to be honest, and if we could save $42,000 and put it towards increase in cost to a full-time assessor or something, like, we should think about
We
doing
can't
that.
get a full-time assessor, no matter how much we throw at
in
it.
the budget.
I know, well,
Honestly, I mean,
I just think like it's not the best and highest use of $42,000. And that's my opinion, and.
You feel waiting between October 1 and January 1 is not the best use.
Correct. It's happening, it's gonna happen.
You feel like
We're
it's
not
gonna happen
not gonna do
anyway.
it. Because it's too much of a savings, or else we're gonna have an issue with the cost of the trash contract. So it's gonna happen. So I understand people are uncomfortable, change is hard, and it's gonna cause a lot of groans and moans, but why are we just kicking the can? Let's just do it.
The other side of this is we did take a vote on this last month or something to go to January 1, so if we switch it, and I understand there's a financial reason, and I appreciate knowing the dollar amount, because that helps round out the conversation. But I also get concerned if we now move the goalpost after communicating to residents, that we're doubling down on a decision that is already a tough decision to have. That we already made a tough decision, we're getting flack over it, rightfully so, we made a tough decision, that's what happened. But now we're gonna move the goalpost on it, it just doesn't sit right.
So just, if I can just state the obvious, it looks like there's 3 votes already that are no for tonight, so we can just vote.
Maybe not. I
And-
mean,
Or make no motion at all and just continue on. It was a recommendation that I wanted to make and get feedback. I've gotten the feedback whether you vote or not. You have already voted. We already have January 1st. I wanted to move it up to save money.
And it's helpful for you to
It
bring it
is
up.
fair that the answer can be no. It can be 3-2, 5-0, whatever, that the feedback's been given.
I
Or
would
should we just think
respectfully
about,
ask.
should we just think about this until the next meeting?
You wanna-
So
I'd like
Do you
to,
wanna go through
I'd like
the
to
next-
table discussion and for another 30 days, talk about this again in 30 days.
if I can just, if I can be the one that is not an elected official here and just, the points you're all making are fair, that it has been decided, it has been voted on. I wanted to put it before you one time. If we get to the end of September, we're not doing it October 1st regardless.
Doing it November.
And then it becomes November, so this was my request, or my recommendation. It has been rebuffed, and it is withdrawn. We will stay with January 1st, and we will make sure that we communicate in the run-up to that. And that's the number. That, you guys did vote in was it earlier in August or at the end of July, whenever it was? So we're good.
Well, if anybody,
I would respectfully ask you to find another way to save money. That would be my suggestion.
Okay.
Be it other alternatives, other methods, come up with some other way for us to save money, other than putting more burden on residents of the town, if you can.
Sure.
That would be my request.
I think it is helpful to have a conversation, though. I mean, the financial, having the hard dollar amount, like
Yeah.
now we're having a conversation that Katie, I think, we're coming to 2 different conclusions on, but like we have the data now to have the conversation. Every month we have this as an additional $14,250 or whatever the dollar amount is. I have a different conclusion from it, but we at least have the data now. It's a long way of saying thanks for bringing the data, helpful conversation.
I think we've put the residents through some significant changes. I think giving them this extra little bit of time to kind of figure this stuff out for themselves is important. I think whether or not it's how much you fill it or how you're, I don't know. Danielle, I haven't been to the house to
gotta
see
go to Danielle's house and help
what's
her fill
going
that
on,
barrel.
but
Down on a
All
Friday.
right, let's move on to the consent agenda then, and we will move on from this topic.
Can you take out the minutes for the consent agenda,
All of them?
all of them?
I also need to table the appointment of
Why do
Kel-
we always have to take out the minutes? We always do this. I just want, honestly, I feel like every consent agenda, we have to take out minutes. I don't get it. I feel like we edit ourselves too much. Is it not, are we not accurately reflecting what we're saying in these minutes? Like, I hate to think that. I don't think that. I've never wanted an edit of any minute I've ever said, personally. I mean, what are we looking to do?
Well, in some of these minutes, it has Wayne Spritz saying things that Mary Ellen Fletcher said. My name is, I'm Mary Ellen, when other people have last names. There are different things that need to be
So
adjusted.
we're saying there are errors. We're saying there are errors in every single week of a minute. Because we ask to remove it every week, every single time we meet. And I'd love to get to the root of the problem. Because if that is really what's happening, then maybe we need another method of transcription. I've taken minutes for years, so that literally is why I don't understand.
So can we approve the rest of lines 2 to 4?
We cannot, because I also need to table line 4, because we need, the housing authority needed to drop something off for this to be effectuated, and they did not, we don't have it, so
So we
we have to
can't appoint
table.
her.
We cannot appoint her until that housing authority drops off the letter that
Appoints her.
appoints her
Okay.
from their side. And they haven't done that, so.
And I would also ask for clarification whether or not it's a 5-year term. It says 3-year term. I believe
Yes,
it's supposed to be
I've
5-year
already
term.
talked to Shannon about that, so yes, Shannon's gonna talk to Katie in the morning and make sure that that is correct.
So can I make a motion to approve lines 2 and 3?
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No, I want to approve the whole consent agenda. That is why I'm a no. Please note that.
Okay.
In the minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
I will look for it, make sure it's correct.
All right, I will, select board reports and comments.
Nope, not for me.
Nope, pass my limit.
What's your time limit?
I
Wayne's
would-
got something.
Wayne, who do you have?
No, it's really just administrative.
Great,
Seeing
let's
as though we have so much that we're, really has come before us and the time that it's been taking, I don't mind breaking these longer meetings into smaller meetings if we were to do them as needed, maybe weekly as opposed to every other
I
week.
do, I really, really, really mind that.
Okay, okay.
This is already a very large commitment
Okay.
in people's very busy schedule. I did not sign up to meet weekly. I have met weekly when it's necessary for the
Yeah.
public good and things that need to get done. And as things come up, I'm always happy to hop on. But
Okay.
I cannot meet 3 hours a week, every week. I cannot do that.
Well, I was hoping that not every week, I'm just
I
saying
don't-
over maybe the next month,
I-
just to catch, I feel like we need to catch up.
I
There's some
don't
things that.
think that
The-
the meetings will be shorter if they happen more frequently. I truly don't.
So the goal of tonight was to catch up so that we didn't have this all stacked up
This wasn't
going
even a
forward.
full meeting.
One option for you all to consider, we don't have to do it for the next agenda, is some communities will actually put an anticipated time of discussion and an anticipated action on the agenda.
Some of this is on us. Like, if it's already been said,
All
we
of
don't
it's
have
on
to say
us.
it again, right?
Well,
Like,
to
we-
Nick's
we could
point,
just-
we've done that for certain planning board hearings, which were going to have a lot of conversation, and it helped keep the conversation
the
focused.
minimum. I'm happy to add timeframes. But like, I also don't think, like, I don't always feel like I need to be the one to say the point that I want to make if it's been said. Okay, I agree, move on. Like, I know sometimes we get long-winded about things we're passionate about, but some of it, a lot of this is us. Also, I don't need a presenter to read slides. That's the other thing that we should
No
just like
kidding.
say out in general, aloud to all presenters out there. We have a packet, it comes to us, and yes, we're informing the public at the same time we're informing ourselves, so it's important that the information gets disseminated. But if the slides are gonna exist, like,
What about the issue with public comment? Like tonight, over the last, I would say,
you have an issue with tonight? Don't say that.
No.
No.
The issue with public comment. Tonight, we didn't have public comment, so we
We
actually.
did have public comment. Nobody made
No one
public comment.
participated.
All right, okay.
We understand what she's saying.
Yes, I know, but
Yeah.
I wanna be right.
Okay.
We had
It's
it.
for the minutes. Come on, we got to be right.
Reflect in the minutes, public comment was had.
All right, we're getting snarky.
Just joking.
Go ahead, Mary Ann.
So over the several meetings, we've had public comment that lasts between 30 to 50 minutes, almost to an average. Tonight broke that average because no one spoke during public comment. But I spoke to somebody else on a select board, and they said what they did is they had 15 minutes of public comment, and then if they didn't get within that 15 minutes, they added it to the end of the meeting. So, and I am a big supporter of public comment. You know, I don't have a problem with people standing up and saying whatever they want. They don't even have to, they just say whatever they want, and then we get to sit. But we are in a position where we have so much work to do, and we're listening to public comment at the beginning of the meeting when we're end up doing a lot of important work 3 hours after. I just think that maybe we need to find some type of a happy balance there, or, I don't know.
I'd rather hear public comment than hear us talk most of the time, to be quite honest. I'd rather hear what people think.
I'm not saying not to hear what people think. I'm just saying in what,
I think some of the stuff on our agenda most times cannot be there, to be honest. I think we waste a lot of time on stuff that really doesn't necessarily have a point even, you know? I don't mind public comment.
like, was there anything here tonight that doesn't, I mean, I don't know. I think,
I mean, I
Well,
sort of.
I'm gonna tell you,
take
the
offense.
Linway update was not something that was a real high priority for me. It's not.
I mean, the agenda's meant to reflect the entirety of the board and not just one individual person. So
Right.
there is always an opportunity that something's on there that you maybe don't think is a priority, but other members do.
Right.
If two people
Yeah.
want it on there, it's gonna be on there. If Nick advises that it should be on there, it goes on there. So I agree with you, though, that the public should come first. We are here to serve them. And so I'm happy to limit it to an hour. I don't think we've been outside an hour in a long time, and I don't think that's helpful for what you're trying to get at. But no, I don't think it should be
I don't think
limited
it
to
should be
15
limited at all.
minutes.
That's my opinion. I don't think we should make any changes to the public.
And I'm not saying limited, I just mean limited in the beginning and then go back to the end if that's how you want to do it. But I don't think that we should.
Well, sorry, so my other recommendation is maybe if we just review the packet a little bit earlier and get on the phone with Nick and to get some clarity on some of the topics, maybe, I don't know, I'm just trying to figure out ways on how we can even be just a little bit more efficient so that we're not here for.
I'm always available to talk to you.
Yeah.
And
The
we've
problem
been
is
The
we,
whole point is a public meeting, is we're
Right.
supposed to talk about it publicly.
Right.
We're supposed to avoid the back channel. That's the
No,
whole,
it's not a back channel, it's just whether, there are questions that are asked that if we did a little research and read the packets and did some work in advance, we might not be asking those questions.
like
I
what?
think there's some validity
Talking
from the
about.
public's perspective to be able to ask those questions
engagement's
because,
important because like
Yeah.
sometimes I'm not asking a question because I actually have the question. I know the answer and I would like the public to know the answer.
yeah,
Okay.
I think there's some validity to being able to do that for the public benefit. But it does,
That
you're
cuts
right,
both
it does
ways, though.
bring, it does, there is also the flip side where you're looking at it for the first time instead of having reviewed it, and that does drag,
Everybody
that
else
can
on.
drag things on, so.
I think we've been consistent about getting it out the week before.
Yeah,
You're
the
not
problem
the
is,
This isn't
problem.
a
the problem
staff
is we
thing.
used
This
to get
is
it
a-
out so early that it was
Irrelevant.
irrelevant,
Or- 'cause
right?
that
Like
would
you used to
change.
get packets that had so much, like, so little information just to get it out.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't helpful to the discussion, or you were seeing wrong things because you reviewed the old packet and now it's the new packet, and then that whole thing came involved. So it was like very, like, I'd much rather have the right packet the Friday before the meeting so that you have the whole weekend and a couple days of the week to review the packet as best we can, than to say like, okay, well, we want it by the Wednesday, and then things get, that's why you have little rush meetings, because things don't make it to that Wednesday deadline, so they get pushed to the next meeting and the timing doesn't work, and then we have one meeting for a liquor license so that rec can do something on, you
Right.
know,
But let's
lawn.
also remember the agendas that we've had, particularly since Wayne and I have joined the board, have been
Lengthy.
deliberately one-time lengthy sort of things. The trash contract, okay, that happens once every few years.
Right.
The Hawthorne, we've met about 20 minutes at minimum per meeting for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 meetings
It's not
Intentionally,
those-
yeah.
intentionally, but a lot of these things, hope to
Not
God,
forever problems.
yeah, are non-recurring. So hopefully they can structurally move off the agenda to create our efficiencies in our meeting and,
Agreed.
yeah.
I mean, I'm also happy to circulate, the town administrator's office has provided like a calendar of the times of years that certain things have to occur on the agenda. Happy to circulate that to everybody, and you can give feedback to Shannon and Nick, so you can say, I think this is missing from October, or this doesn't actually have to happen here, and this is why. But like, we have a skeleton.
I think the skeleton covers, things that we really
Yeah.
have to do.
But I mean, you're welcome to see what that is, so you know what's forthcoming. We'll provide it to everybody, so you can see it. And
That's like year-end transfers, that's that
Yeah.
sort of
That's setting the
stuff,
tax
right?
rate,
Right,
setting,
right. So, yes, all those things are mapped out, so you can see what's on the horizon. And then if you decide a conversation from somebody here is not necessary, then you're a little bit more informed about what is necessary.
Sounds good.
Anybody else for select board? We're good. Moving on to the final motion.
A motion to adjourn. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.